Solo voy con mi pena, sola va mi condena. Correré mi destino para burlar la ley. Perdido en el corazón de la grande Babilón. Me dicen el clandestino por no llevar papel. Pa' una ciudad del norte yo me fui a trabajar. Mi vida la dejé entre Ceuta y Gibraltar. Soy una raya del mar, fantasma la ciudad. Mi vida va prohibida, dice la autoridad. Solo voy con mi pena, sola va mi condena. Correré mi destino por no llevar papel. Perdido en el corazón de la grande Babilón. Me dicen el clandestino, yo soy el quebrale. Mano negra,
clandestina,
peruano,
clandestino,
boliviano,
clandestino,
marihuana,
ilegal.
yeah, yeah. Solo voy con mi pena, sola va mi condena. Correré mi destino para burlar la ley. Perdido en el corazón de la grande Babilón. Me dicen el clandestino, yo soy el quebrale. Mano negra,
Clandestina,
africano,
clandestino,
argelino,
clandestino,
marihuana. Argentino, uruguayo clandestino, colombiano, marihuana ilegal. Es que el casco Bayona.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Try not to curse. It was doing it again. It was doing it again. It was dropping out. It was crashing. I'm already heated. I'm already annoyed. I need to lock in. We were rushing yesterday. I don't even know what we covered. We missed a lot. I failed to properly cover some stuff. So we're gonna kind of double back a little bit. I need to change the title to the last one again and again and again. I hope y'all are doing well. I'm glad you're here. If y'all tuned in to Dr. Balls, I'd mix what I like with well, I don't know if he's Professor Butchware. I'm not sure if it's Dr. Ware. I'm not trying to be rude. That was man, that was interesting, wasn't it? I think we'll put it over here. Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? God damn, bro. Wow. I don't even know. What do you say to that, bro? What do you say to that? other than like, bro, like, it's not about you. It's not about you. I really don't get it. I really don't get how people are like that. I don't understand how, like, bro, like, I'm arrogant. I'm arrogant. I'm I got an ego. I'm overconfident. Like, I'm on a mic, I'm on camera, I'm streaming, spewing nonsense, right? And believe it or not, like, I have some self-awareness. To say I didn't call anybody out. God damn, bro. To say I did not call anybody out. So why the fuck are we here? Why is it that I could bring up names that came out of your fucking mouth? And I don't like that, bro. Like, call people out. That's what we do here, right? We're calling these fucking rat libs out for aligning with white supremacy over everything. Woe is me. And just be honest. Just be honest. I don't like this whole, so they call it like a cry bully, right? That's a whole cry bully mentality of like, what? No. I'm the good guy, I swear. No, well, yeah, I'm the one stirring shit up, but like, but that's only because I'm so good that if I don't stir shit up and y'all don't see me talking shit about everyone else, you're gonna think I'm a bad guy. And it's like, bro, like, it's cool. It's cool, like own that shit though. Be like, I am that motherfucker. I am him, right? Own that. I don't get it, man. Dr. Valdo. I mean, just bars. I mean, the fact that you're like, have you heard? Have you heard my diss track? Have you heard it? Have you heard my diss track? And I got some insider information that this fool allows or encourages or has the option to listen to his mixtapes and I guess review it, and you get extra credit for his courses. He wants to be that guy so bad, and it's and what people don't understand is like, we want you to be that guy. Obviously, you're not. Okay, it is Dr. Butchware. Okay, yeah. But when you feel the need to be coy or like just play these fucking Weasley games, and then to say like, oh, what was the video even called? Like Tea Time with Dr. Ware or something like that. And literally be drinking tea and trying to play that shit off. Like, man, I don't like shit like that. Get on the fucking mic and talk your shit. Own that. I hope y'all are doing well. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for tuning in. This is Deculturation, the channel where we lock in and focus on calling out the so-called white left. The ones that will bring us freedom and justice and the true American way. God damn, man. God damn these people. All right. So like I said, we're going to double back just briefly to provide some context. Yeah, I have a lot to say. I don't want to step on Dr. Ball's toes. You know, they were short on time, and I've said it before, Dr. Ball does a great job at just asking the questions. That's all you got to do. Just ask the questions. And these people do it to themselves. Man. All right. Let's listen to a little bit of this, and let me give you some context that I failed to give yesterday. And then we'll move forward.
For occupying these countries. Oh, and by the way, just over the, because the 30,000 people that you mentioned, which had to do with January the 8th and 9th earlier this year, the armed riots in Iran. Well, the number went all the way up to 80,000. I don't know how it came back down to 30,000. But
well, obviously, through the power of Jesus Christ in the American way, those 50,000 people were brought back to life.
actual number is 3,117. And the government gave those numbers with all the names. Hundreds of police officers and security officials and officers of the law, meaning like volunteers, hundreds were killed. Hundreds. By armed rioters. There's much footage of it. But Western media likes to say these are peaceful protesters. No, they weren't peaceful protesters. A lot of innocent people died in the crossfire, in the battles that went on between the police and these rioters and these these people who carried out the armed riots, they were funded from abroad. They were given weapons from abroad. We're not saying that. I'm not saying that. No one here is saying that. The Israelis are saying it.
They were bragging about that. They were bragging about infiltrating Iran, about having Mossad on the ground, about arming these reactionary forces on the ground. I mean, that's what the U.S. and the Zionist entity has always done. That's their MO. Why are we acting surprised? Why do we have all these rad lips spewing this same nonsense? And then a lot of them are shy about it too. They're like, well, the regime, the government, what they do there, it's not justifiable. And it's like, bro, like, please, please, please. If you're going to bring that shit up and you're not saying, hey, by the way, this was caused by external interference by the Zionist entity, then what the fuck are you saying? You're just vilifying and smearing the regime, right? For whose benefit? For what end? Regime change. That's it. That's it. It's not complicated. You're playing their fucking game. You're playing their game. It's no different than 2026 and people are still saying that there was mass rapes on October 7th. Oh, and then they bring that down. Well, there wasn't mass, but there were some. Literally no evidence has been provided by the Zionist entity. They've attempted to fabricate evidence, but no evidence has been provided. If there was any evidence, we would not have stopped seeing that shit. We would not have heard the end of it. And they tried to fabricate. It didn't work out because there was no substance to it. Until this day, you have Radlibs who claim to support Palestinians not only say, well, I'm sure some assaults happened, some sexual assaults happened, right? Emma Vigeland said that, I'm sure it's war, I'm sure it happened. Why are you so certain? Why are you so certain that colonized people would even prioritize that in any degree when it comes to their liberation? Of course, unless you have bias and stigma and racism towards them. Same thing with Hassan Piker. He said, even if they occurred, that would not have justified a genocide following October 7th. But the moment that you say, even if, the moment that you engage and give credence to that, you're opening the doors to the possibility that there was. You're agreeing that, hey, there's a possibility. Fuck that shit. There is none. It did not happen. If it did happen, the Zionist entity would be shoving it in your face, uncensored on network television, because it would benefit their narrative and give them the excuse to commit a genocide. That you would have an uncensored, brutal attack running on the fucking Super Bowl. That's how much in your face it would have been. You think they care? You think they care about protecting victims? For them, the settlers are just fodder for the Zionist project. That's all it's ever been. They use them as pawns to establish and legitimize and excuse the horrific actions of the Zionist project. They are willing participants to sacrifice themselves. They are lambs to the slaughter willfully in hopes of being oppressors. in hopes of taking land from Palestinians. That is the bargain they make with the settler colonial entity. There's a reason why Europeans from around the world came here to, broadly speaking, Turtle Island, to the settler US colonies, knowing that they were at risk, knowing that they were going to be put into the frontier and risk getting got by the indigenous people. They didn't have shit back home. So, hey, let's get something better here. Or they did have a lot back home and they're like, let me get some more. Because of greed.
Channel 14 in Israel did a report, which is close to Netanyahu, saying we brought in, or foreign governments, meaning Israel and the CIA, brought in weapons that were used to kill hundreds of police officers. And then Pompeo, who was the head of the CIA, said, Mossad is on the ground in a tweet. In an interview on, I don't know, channel 13 or 15 of Israel, one of these two channels, he said, the CIA is on the ground. And then you had the Mossad itself saying we're on the ground in a Persian language statement. And we also have all sorts of reports how the Israeli government is disappointed in Mossad because they failed to overthrow the government in Iran. So you had hundreds of police officers killed, or officers of the law, security agents, and all that. In the United States, a woman is in her car. She's turning to the right. They say she wasn't turning to the right fast enough, so when they shot her in the face, it was justified. Because that ICE officer felt threatened. And we saw the car moving like 2 million times and from 500 different angles. And then, the government, the regime, the Trump regime justified it, and so did all of Trump's supporters. Mm-hmm. Or the young man who was, shot in the back, who was the nurse who was also white, by the way. Yeah. Yes, who was taking care of former soldiers and
right, and veterans,
and he was carrying a gun legally, and these Trump supporters suddenly turned against and the government turned against people apparently who carried weapons. So he's justified in being killed by the police too. But in Iran, foreign governments they take pride in what they do, and Western media pretends none of this is said. They just say, yes, these peaceful protesters on the street, and the government just guns them down. And the footage shows what they did. They burned hundreds of ambulances, public buses, and fire engines.
Imagine if we were being armed. If we were being armed when we're protesting ICE, we had state-of-the-art weaponry. China, Russia, whoever, Iran, God forbid Iran. How long do you think you have before they start dropping bombs on our fucking neighborhoods like they've done before? Can we be honest about that? Do you think that we would go around wielding weapons given to us by foreign governments, enemies of the United States, while we protest and square up with them? How do you think that would go? Realistically speaking, is that not the perfect excuse for the government to mow us down? And we're talking about an illegitimate settler colonial empire.
They murdered, like they set fire to this big clinic, and a woman nurse burned alive inside. They cut off the heads of some of these police officers. I mean, I don't want to say it's horrible, but these people.
And the whole like head chopping thing. Look, I was like in middle school, high school when I've seen my first cartel decapitation video. Who hasn't? Who among us did not gather with your friends and just give yourself, nightmares for a week or something? I honestly don't even remember. I was so desensitized at that point that it was just like, oh yeah, that's cool. I was more interested in the freaking biology of an arm moving or jumping as you're whacking through a neck than anything. But this whole obsession with decapitations, whether it's ISIS or the so-called cartel, I mean, can we be honest? Can we be honest and just embrace the fact that this is like some type of US military psyop to just create mass hysteria and fear and panic? I mean, in Ireland, when we're talking about colonization, they would make the Irish, when approaching, whoever was in charge of that region at that time, you make them walk down an aisle. And in that aisle were stakes with the heads of other Irish people that dared to resist or disobey or not toe the line of colonization. This is nothing new. This is nothing unique in terms of the violent approach to creating fear.
Who are monsters? They're like ISIS. They're secular ISIS. But Western media glorifies them because Western media does not reflect reality. And then you see these people like, I don't want to name them, but the guy has an Iranian wife, apparently. So he supports these terrorists. Or, I don't know, the former economy Mr. of Greece has to also talk nonsense and repeat.
Yanis Varoufakis. Wait, was the first person you mentioned alluding to, was it Cornel West? Doesn't he have an Iranian? I'm not trying to speculate, but doesn't he have
I didn't want to name them, so.
Okay, I'm sorry, but this is kind of interesting because I do think that this point about the protesters is a little bit of a squishy.
So, I mean, yesterday we looked at it, and look, when we talk about, where are we at? 48. 20. Man, this searching is awful. This part here.
And then you see these people like, I don't want to name them, but the guy has an Iranian wife, apparently. So he supports these terrorists. Or, I don't know, the former economy Mr. of Greece has to also talk nonsense and repeat.
Yanis Varoufakis.
So the first person that he mentions is Dr. West. In case you haven't seen it, shout out to Black Liberation Media. Again, this is from 2023, October 27th. And I didn't realize how long this went until I started to rewatch it. And they go back and forth for quite some time. It's a little unsettling and surprising, to be honest. But we'll just go over a portion of it.
Was allegedly beaten to death by Iranian police, by the Iranian morality police. That actually didn't happen. She did die, but she had medical conditions that contributed to her death. She was not beaten to death. Her parents even came out.
But the whole history of the subjugation of women in Iran since '79 is so overwhelming.
What happened in 1970? What happened in 1970?
I'm talking about the structural division attacks, the dissenting, the imprisonment. See, now you all just gone off into Dr. Going into a whole new cuckoo land in this regard. You can't.
Cuckoo land.
It is cuckoo land.
Look, I say to you.
So, okay, in case you didn't hear her, she's in the background and she says, "What the fuck are they talking about?" I missed it a couple times, but you can hear it.
Since '79 is so overwhelming.
What happened in 1970? Death, her conditions didn't happen. She did die, but she had medical conditions that contributed to her death. She was not beaten to death.
Can you hear it? It's very, very faint. This is 1 hour, 11 minutes, and like 6 seconds. And you can see his eyes look up towards her. Let's go back a little further. And she says, what the fuck are they saying, or what the fuck are they talking about? Let's hear it.
That actually didn't happen. She did die, but she had medical conditions that contributed to her death. She was not beaten to death. Her parents even came out.
But the whole history.
And then she says, what the hell? And mind you, like, this person's a little unhinged. They have a good I mean, I should have pulled this up, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, let's put their face on there. So Dr. West, while on his campaign, he was in Los Angeles because one of his like old friends, let me see if I can find it real quick. One of his old friends out here, a politician in Los Angeles, was in some legal trouble for like embezzlement or something along those lines, just corruption, generally speaking. Dr. West at courthouse, or something like that. Los Angeles. Let's see if we can find the video real quick. And the reason why it stuck out to me was because the wife was like completely unhinged, yelling at the individual recording him, saying like, the individual was asking them like, hey, why are you here supporting somebody who's, you know, committed crime and stolen money from the people? And Dr. West was not responding. Let's see, Cornel West, Los Angeles, maybe. And the wife was like yelling, like, get away from us. You're threatening us. You're putting our lives at risk. Like, just nonsense. And the guy's like, what are you talking about? Like, he was like a solid 5 feet, 4 feet away from them. Obviously, he's going to look closer in the camera, but you could tell by like their shadows and when she tries to approach him. Let's see here. For Cornel West Court. Let's see if that helps. Oh, well, we're not going to find it. You know, I love my receipts. But she's a little like unhinged. So this is not surprising to me that, well, this happened first and then the courthouse thing. And it was unsurprising. I mean, look, if you're having if your husband, if your partner is out here running for political office and he's having a conversation that is about, you know, his campaign or him campaigning, you know, just, this isn't like some machista know your place kind of thing or keep quiet woman. It's none of that. It's kind of like, yo, like, you're not the politician running for office. You're not the individual pursuing an endorsement, or you're not campaigning. So why are you jumping in? I mean, she has the excuse of like, look, they're talking about Iran. I'm from Iran, like this and that. It doesn't work. It would work if it's just a regular conversation. If he wasn't on a campaign. Dude, I put Cornel West, Los Angeles, and like half of the things that come up are Kanye West related. And it's like, I don't know why. And it's unfortunate to see. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to find it. My apologies, y'all. I should have had that queued up better.
Wait, was the first person you mentioned alluding to, was it Cornel West? Doesn't he have an Iranian? I'm not trying to speculate, but doesn't he have
I didn't want to name them, so.
Okay, I'm sorry, but this is kind of interesting because I do think that this point about the protesters is a little bit of a squishy one, even for, you know, people on the left. Point. Because it preys on, it exploits our good faith sympathies against any kind of brutality and for, you know, the right for people to resist their governments democratically and all of those kinds of things. But I do wonder if it sort of is beside the point. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, from an analytical perspective, one could believe that there are people who are, I mean, I fully take your point about the the extent to which it's been egged on by foreign governments, right, and provoked by foreign governments. But even if that weren't the case, it can be true that there is civil unrest in a country that might be legitimate or that one might have political sympathy for, depending on your orientation. And that also doesn't legitimize America attacking said country in the name of that resistance. And I think people understand that in the context of Ukraine, right? Your belief that America should be involved, or the extent to which it should be involved, or the extent to which it worked to prolong the crisis instead of negotiating to bring it to an earlier close, can be understood separate and apart from one's sympathies with what the people of Ukraine are going through. I mean, does that feel like the correct analysis to you, or would you tweak that at all?
No, I think that in the case of Iran, that's not what happened. And these people are intellectually dishonest. And
I mean, that's the part, the intellectual dishonesty. And I do recommend that people go and check out the entirety of that conversation. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, is it really relevant anymore? In a way, in a sense, it is, only because we have to understand that even the most beloved or prominent or normalized so-called leftist intellectuals are still going to push imperialism, are still going to push imperialist propaganda. I mean, one of the reasons why I called out Bad Empanada for pushing the narrative that Nicolás Maduro was not a democratically elected president isn't because I dislike this like Greek Australian Nosferatu. It's not that. It's not because he's a culture vulture. It's not because he's a little colonizer. It's not that. It's the fact that when you have prominent voices that claim to be anti-imperialist, that claim to oppose U.S. and white supremacy, when you're still pushing the same fucking narratives, when you don't really sound any different than Mamdani when it comes to taking, you know, the Miami baptism and disavowing Venezuela, that has to be called out, because the people that are tuning in expect you to be an anti-imperialist. When people listen to Dr. West, they assume that you're speaking truth to power instead of spreading the same propaganda, just tweaked in a way that sounds nicer and is more digestible to those of us that are critical of empire. That's the real issue and concern, and that's why that needs to be called out more. And I get it, like I sound like you're nitpicking, right? It sounds like you want to be the most left and the most woke and the most aware and all these whatever, however people want to frame it to avoid addressing the actual criticism, is that you're still pushing imperialist regime change propaganda. That needs to be addressed. What is the difference from Mamdani calling Nicolás Maduro a dictator and Bad Empanada calling him an undemocratically elected leader? They're both saying the same thing in terms of they're illegitimate. Bad Empanada can cover up and say, oh, well, you know, that's fine. That's okay. It doesn't matter. He should be a dictator. He should be more tyrannical. He should be more, have more of an iron fist. First of all, what the fuck's wrong with you? We're not here with this whole great man mentality. It's about a government for and by the people. But anywho, I'm getting distracted. Now I'm thinking about Butch Ware just making everything about himself. It's fucking hilarious. The whole great man thing is so toxic. And as I'm working on this video about Cesar Chavez, that's a big emphasis on it. Why do we continue to embrace this idea of one man can do it, or we need one type of leader? Whether we're talking about Butch Ware in Los Angeles, making it all about himself, or whether we're talking about the perception of who Nicolás Maduro or Chavez was, right? Or Castro in that case. It's not about them. Cuba would not be struggling and resisting blockade if it was all about Fidel. Nicolás Maduro is in New York in prison, co-signed by Mamdani. Would Venezuela survive if it was just about Maduro? They tried doing the same thing to Chavez, and the people rose up. It's not about a single individual, and it should not be. That's dangerous in the sense of not only are you giving somebody so much power, but it's dangerous because then what happens when the imperialists remove them? What happens when the imperialists remove them? Everything crumbles. So it should never be about a single individual, single leader. It should be about the masses, right? Especially when you're involved in a party. When you're involved in the party, it's not about you. You can't be making these backroom deals. Everything has to be either the party's completely involved in leading everything, or at least have some sense of transparency within the party. There's that hero worship, the great man theory, the individualism. Man, it's so bad. And I mean, we look at Cesar Chavez. Look what he was able to get away with, because that's how he manipulated the movement, was for himself. He was the movement, so you couldn't challenge him, his positions, his actions without threatening to destroy the movement. And that creates hesitation for the people that are actually devoted to the cause, to the struggle. It's no different than the Zionist entity trying to, link itself inherently with Judaism, despite the founders of the Zionist entity, the colonizers, mainly being atheists. It's a cover, it's a shield. Let's use this religion as a shield, and if you attack us, then we claim that you're anti-Semitic. Let me use this movement as a shield, and if you attack me, I'm going to claim that you're attacking the movement. Now, apparently, I guess the Mehdi Hassan portion wasn't in this 30-minute release. I know Brandon Joy Gray and Bad Faith have things paywalled, so let's look at that. That's something that I didn't realize that was part of this video, because I did see the clip on Twitter, but I tried getting the, at least consuming parts around the clips that we watch. We have Hungry Tim on the deculturation chat saying, what are you saying a lot? That's cute. Anything substantive about Butch, or is it just vague criticism? Like any concrete examples of him being all about himself, his campaign for governor? He has to frame himself different than other candidates. I mean, if you can't hear it, either you are a narcissist or you're around narcissists. When somebody says, all the money that I raised consistently over and over again, I'm being attacked. They lied to me. Promises were made to me. Right? Like shit like that, when it's like you're supposed to be part of a party. And it makes sense. And it is weird that the Green Party kind of just pluck him, right? Because he wasn't part of the Green Party actual like movement, organization, party. He wasn't actually putting in the work. They just kind of pluck him out of nowhere. And he talks about this, that he was surprised, that he was shocked that they asked him to run for VP. I think it's weird and suspicious as hell. At a certain point, my criticism of Joe Stein is like, please just move aside. Like, just your brand are too toxic. Right? My criticism is not the one that Rad Libs make, where like, where is Jill Stein? Where is she? Where is Jill Stein? Where is she? Jill Stein only, it's like, no, bro. Like, in fact, to connect it back to Dr. West, the only reason why she ran again is because Dr. West wanted the butchware treatment. And of course, Hungry Tim says, but he did raise the money, though, right? And again, you're the type of sucker, you're the type of like little cult follower that would push that narrative. It's for me, it's wild because I didn't realize that Butch Ware showed up to an event that he himself set up. We're talking, flyers, whether online or actual physical ones. We're talking coordinating to securing a place. We're talking about making sure that everyone, gathered properly, that there was mics. I was unaware that he did this all by himself, without the help of the Green Party, without the help of the local community, that he himself did it all. That's so impressive. I mean, I'm sure he's going to win if he did everything by himself. Right? And that's the problem, this mentality of like, me. Like, I don't like that shit. It's us. It's a collective effort. You're in a party for a reason. but he doesn't really talk about the party. He talks about himself. Why the fuck are you rapping, bro? And this whole, like, let's be honest, like homophobic bar about Swallow that he used twice, which I don't know what is more offensive. But all right. I don't know, that performative shit to me is kind of like, it's not only cringe, it's fucking hilarious. Like, man, like I was dying. I was like, please start rapping. I know you can't help yourself. You can't help yourself. Your ego is too large. Who are you impressing? Who is that doing like service to? How is that helping your campaign? Oh, it's distinguishing me. It's making you look like a fool, bro. Not because rap is foolish. And not because, you know, I'm trying to demean the genre. It's not that at all. It's fucking the context of it. I don't even know if it's possible to produce a dope rap song about your own campaign. I don't even know. What would KRS-One think about that? Like, huh. You know, because a lot of his argument is that hip hop, you know, is supposed to be revolutionary, or it has a revolutionary origins to it and resistance, and then you're rapping and using it to be part of the machine. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. What are his policies? And that's the other question, because he's not leading by them. Why are we talking about him rapping and not his fucking policies? Whose fucking fault is that? Whose fault is that? It's not me. This motherfucker thinks it's a roast battle. Which, I mean, it kind of is. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of is, but like, they're being goofy. No, he did not. Linstack, KRS-One rap for Eric Adams, though. Fire emoji, fire emoji. Oh, wow, Linstack. I don't know if the chat can see the fire emojis that you put, but I can on my end. Because they're definitely there. He's campaigning. Look, this is Hungry Tim. You better be on the payroll. It benefits you. Says, you could easily go to their page, bro. You're campaigning. You're campaigning. You're out here campaigning. I should know based on the interview, multiple interviews of you that I've seen at this point. All right. So let's watch this portion here.
Yeah, what do you make of Mehdi and his politics? I'm curious.
No different from Piers Morgan.
No different from Piers Morgan.
It's a little upsetting, I'm not gonna lie to you. First of all, she loves this shit. She's like, oh, that's a clip. She knows it. She knows it. I mean, at this point, I don't know if Brie. How long has it been since she's had a true political mission and isn't just say, fuck it, I'm going to have fun here? Because she just lit up. She's like, oh, what? She's like, really? She's like, you know, you don't say. And I'm sure she doesn't. I mean, I don't know her relationship with Mehdi Hassan, but Mehdi Hassan's always attacking the Green Party, always attacking third parties in general, which is something that Brie kind of pushes. So I'm sure they've bumped heads.
No different from Piers Morgan.
And look how grossed out he was, like, ugh. Like, not only are you making me think about Mehdi Hassan, now you're making me say Piers Morgan's name. Ugh. Ugh. You got that colonizer taste. Ugh. Ugh.
Politics. I'm curious.
No different from Pierce Morgan.
No different from Pierce Morgan.
Bro, she even rolls her eyes. She's like, whoa, 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 whoa! Look at her, look at her, look at her. You know that brunch with her goes hard, bro. Get the mimosas flowing. Shit.
From Pierce Morgan.
No.
Morgan.
She went, what? She went, what? She's doing one of these. She's like, when you hear that good cheese, when you hear those key fucking words, and you're like, all right, let me sit down for this. You're already seated. I don't know. She loves this shit. You know, I think, wasn't she supposed to be like part of that View thing with like Abby Martin, Crystal Ball, Katie Halper, and her? And it didn't work out because they all kind of agreed too much or something like that. And plus it was on the Hill. I don't know if that's what she should be doing. I don't know if we need that, especially that ratio of white women. But man, I don't know, like get yourself a couch in-person guest and just talk about like gossipy shit, drama shit, and politics. I don't know. I mean, because at this point, like, look, Brianna knows too much for me to take it seriously that she's like has a legitimate reason not to embrace radical socialist, communist, black nationalist politics. Like, come on. Let's be honest. You know too much. You're catering to your white audience. You've been doing it for too long. I don't even get it. I understand back in the day fearing Jimmy Dore. But come on.
No different from Pierce Morgan. They know they're lying.
He knows he's lying. Yeah. When people know they're lying, but when he was in Al Jazeera, he knew very well what was going on in Syria. But Al Jazeera is Qatar, and Qatar is money, and money is it does things for people. And
what about now that he's at his?
So before we move on there, just a reminder over here. This is next. Hold on. Just a reminder. Riafat, when he was alive, put this out. Mehdi Hassan is one of those anti-Palestinian bastards inciting genocide against Palestinians to please his. It's always a little tricky. Y'all let me know in the chat. Let me know.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
Let me know about the language here. Because look, he's passed, but we could be critical. This is an intellectual that I'm sure would not hesitate or squirm at the face of criticism of like, hey bro, should you be using like master in that way? Let's just be honest. Yeah, rest in peace. All appreciation for him and love. And if you ever got the chance to hear him talk live on Electronic Intifada, I mean, you didn't realize, you were aware, but you didn't want to think about what a blessing it truly was to hear him, his voice. Hearing his students talk about him was fucking heartbreaking. But if we're going to be honest, there's levels to this though. There's levels to this in the sense that you see Norm Finkelstein literally jump at the chance to use, the Yiddish N-word, or this is a little bit, I'm willing to hear out criticism and seek greater understanding. But we know what he meant. He is bringing up, slave connotations. And all right, so here we go. And yeah, he's trying to score personal points, and he links this video, this image saying, "What difference 3 years makes?" July 2010. "I'm very keen to write for the Daily Mail." Now, the Daily Mail is a reactionary publication in Europe. The Daily Mail released the emails detailing Mehdi Hassan trying to sell himself to them. He's like, "No, I'll be your brown Muslim face. I'll be your brown Muslim face. Don't worry about it. I could do it. I can pull it off." And the Daily Mail only released these emails by Mehdi Hassan because Mehdi Hassan wanted to be self-righteous and wagging his finger and criticizing people. But when you're a phony, when you're an opportunist, those receipts come out. "I'm very keen to write for the Daily Mail. I have always admired the paper's passion, rigor, boldness, and of course, news values." It's like saying this about Fox News, y'all. "I believe the Mail has a vitally important role to play in the national debate, and I admire your relentless focus on the need for integrity and morality in public life and your outspoken defense of faith and Christian culture." He's embracing the dog whistle. Christian nationalism, for sure, in the face of attacks from militant atheists. Militant atheists, bro. What the fuck what in the South Park is going on here where we have atheist militant militias out here? Well, militia is inherently militant, right? Anywho, and what attacks are we talking about? And secularists, not the secularists, rolls right off the tongue. "I am also attracted, by the Mail's social conservatism on issues like marriage, the family, abortion, and teenage pregnancies." Why the fuck are teenagers crossing your mind, Mehdi Hassan? What is going on in your head that you were thinking about teenagers getting pregnant? That's fucking sick. That's disgusting. But he knows. I mean, and I think this is truly who he is. I think you first try to get into the field, into the areas where you're most comfortable. And once that doesn't work out, you do what you can. And Radlibs love themselves an opportunist. They love them. I mean, they embrace that shit. In fact, we'll go over it shortly with Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez and the atrocious defense. Let me not forget, because I did not have this queued up. But I think it'll be a good flow for this. Oh, it's the Majority Report too. These people are fucking pathetic. I watched this 12 minutes of me
high speed hype train. Hi, Amar. Can you
losing my shit, bro? It's so despicable. All right. So we have Pink Panda saying the Daily Mail doesn't even have any actual stances on these issues either. They'll say whatever makes them money. So he's glazing. Yeah. I mean, I think from my understanding too, this was a while back. So they might have been more staunch reactionaries, but most reactionary publications just say whatever's most convenient. Christian, what's the meaning of the US flag with the sarape design? I thought it's fucking horrendous and funny. I thought it was some try hard shit that made me laugh. A lot of especially white radlibs will have flags behind them of either like now more prominently Palestine and Cuba. Before it was more like the Soviet Union or China. In order to signal that, yeah, they're on the right side. They're cool. They're with it. They're aware. They have international solidarity, and it's just opportunism and signaling. There we go, signaling. And they don't give a fuck. They don't care, bro. They don't care. And I just thought that this shit was gross and funny. I'm probably gonna get rid of it soon. I'm thinking about embracing the other gross phone where it's the half Mexico, half US one. Man. I gotta entertain myself too, you know? I do this for me. Do me a favor, y'all. I'm channeling my best butchware. Me. Please hit the like button if you hate Mehdi Hassan. Please hit the like button if you despise Mehdi Hassan. Please hit the like button if you realize that Mehdi Hassan is nothing but a fucking opportunist, a comprador. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Super chats, super stickers are turned on if you want to help support the channel. And there's always a Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord if you want to see more of the receipts, clips, articles, book suggestions we got going on. We have a great Discord. I'm so amazed every time I tap in there and see what conversations are being had and just things that are being recommended. Even great music. I didn't think that I never used Discord before, so I didn't think I would have so much fun with it. But check it out if you want. $2, support the channel. Espresso Depresso. I didn't know what that link is for or about though. Okay. Let's see here a little bit more. Okay, so this was in July 2010. Who hates Britain more? It isn't a dead Jewish refugee from Belgium who served in the Royal Navy. It's the immigrant bashing, women hating, Muslim smearing, NHS undermining, gay baiting Daily Mail. So you see the 3 years prior, he was begging for a job with them because he admired them and respected them so goddamn much, and they aligned in all these things. 3 years, revolutionary change. P.S. Mr. Hassan used to work for the New Statesman, which in 2002 was forced to apologize for an anti-Semitic front cover. I mean, that's reaching. PPS, he failed to mention he once wrote a book on the Miliband brothers, which revealed damaging private family information and sold it to the Mail on Sunday. Interesting. I mean, Piers Morgan has that same kind of reputation of just being a grimy journalist, a liar too. Oh, I see what's going on over there. All right. So keep that in mind. I mean, I just don't understand how White Rat lives specifically. I love Mehdi Hassan so much. Look, he's great at having interviews. We've watched and laughed at his interview with Norm Finkelstein. That's dope. You're skilled at your craft. But it's the type of individual that can take any position. It doesn't matter to him. He doesn't care about anything but his own career and the money in his bank. So he could perform for anyone. He can perform for anyone and anything as long as there's a check at the end of it. Riofat also said, no matter what Mehdi Hassan says, he is not a friend of Palestine or the victims of Gaza. No matter what he says, he will soon throw some tweets condemning Gaza victims and blaming the oppressed and battered. And he will promote Israeli propaganda and lies. As long as it helps his career, as long as he could cash in on it, abso-fucking-lutely. And then one more here. Mehdi Hassan is not a friend of Palestine or the voice of the voiceless. Mehdi Hassan justifies for clout and cash the extermination of Palestinians and the destruction of Gaza. Mehdi Hassan is a cheap sellout. And to be very clear, this is somebody who was quite literally in Gaza when the genocide was occurring. And he was well aware of who Mehdi Hassan was and the threat that he posed as the opportunist that he is. And this was a response to a statement rightly strong, eloquent, and united against the massacre of hundreds innocent Israelis by Hamas. Yet no mention whatsoever of hundreds of innocent Palestinians killed in Gaza over past 48 hours as ever. Total erasure of Palestinian death, including Palestinian kids. But again, we would be called hypercritical. We would be called wreckers if we were to be critical of this, right? Of saying, hey, why the fuck would you say that it's rightfully strong, that it's eloquent, and then why would you say, like, agreeing that these colonizers, that these settlers were innocent? And why are you using this moment to once again smear Hamas? Putting Palestinians as an afterthought. Rafat called it out while his life was in danger. So let's hear this out.
Yeah, what do you make of Mehdi and his politics? I'm curious.
No different from Piers Morgan.
No different from Piers Morgan. They know they're lying.
He knows he's lying. Yeah. When people know they're lying, but when he was in Al Jazeera, he knew very well what was going on in Syria. But Al Jazeera is Qatar, and Qatar is money, and money is it does things for people. And
what about now that he's at his own? Now that he's at his own independent news organization, how do you feel about his cover? I mean,
I don't care about unprincipled people. He was, and this is the first time I'm mentioning names. I don't talk about names online, usually on these shows, but I've mentioned more than enough already. But the Iranian spokesperson.
Well, to be fair, Bree mentioned the names. You just confirmed that that's who you're referring to. And look, some people are a little bit more of concerned about not the individual, but what they represent. And they rather attack those positions or that narrative or that style of propaganda than the actual propagandists themselves, the actual sellouts, the compradors. I get that. And I do think that that is more important in the sense of like, hey, if you recognize what they're doing, it doesn't matter who's doing it, you'll be better accustomed to spotting it. I get that. I, on the other hand, despise these individuals on a personal level, especially when most of them, if not all of them, weren't struggling for cash or money. These are people that come from, if not rich or wealth, comfort. And they're still selling out. And so for me, I'm like, no. I hate what you represent. I hate what you do, but I fucking hate you as well. On a human to human level. I despise you, right? Whether it's Mehdi Hassan or the people that glorify him, like Hassan Piker or Sam Cedar, you're too intelligent, you're too well informed, you're too tapped in to not know that Mehdi Hassan is an opportunist. Like, that's just the reality of it. And the reason why you cozy up to them and brag about your relationship with them is because you yourself are an opportunist. Game respects game, right? Like, the players respect players. And it's like, oh, you're doing it at a top level. Now, what I will say about Mehdi Hassan and what I said earlier is that he's skilled at what he does, right? I don't think the other individuals that applaud him or surround him had that same level of talent. If I'm just trying to be objective about it and put my bias aside, we can acknowledge that he's a skilled individual. It's no different than, back in the day, Bill Clinton was a slick politician. Obama was a great orator. Like, these are just some realities that we have to acknowledge. Trump is funny, like just things like that. There's no point of arguing or debating or denying the truth in those aspects. But at the same time, why waste your energy and time trying to fight back on that when we could focus on what really matters, right? So what I try to do is do both. Attack what they represent and the individual, because I do want you to despise them. And you should. Would you trust these people? Like, to fucking, I don't know, like house sit or whatever? Or would you trust them with anything that would allow them to, and that's the key part, to get away with doing something gross or doing something repulsive. Because that's what they want. That's what they crave. To get away with shit. In your fucking face.
He was, and this is the first time I'm mentioning names. I don't talk about names online, usually on these shows, but I've mentioned more than enough already. But the Iranian spokesperson for the foreign ministry was invited on his show, and he started talking about the people who were killed on those riots that you were discussing, and he was like, I mean, right now they're invading our country, and you want to demonize Iran now?
100%. It's not even kicking a man when he's down. It's requesting that the man kick himself while he's down. That's what Mehdi Hassan is there to do. It's like, oh no, I see that you're at risk. That you're literally being told that you're going to be exterminated, that your country's going to be wiped out, that your civilization is going to be gone. But why don't you go ahead and remind the audience about U.S. imperialist propaganda against your country? Why not embrace it at the brink of death? That's what Mehdi Hassan is here to do. That's what Piers Morgan is here to do. Piers Morgan's a little easier because he's such a fucking ass kisser to Trump. He's such a disgusting, vile individual, like just grotesque individual, just completely. The man's been hated before all this shit. That's what he's known for, being fucking hated. Give me one second. Not here to shout out, what's her name? Omarosa? When she destroyed him, it was wild. And she's like, your own kids don't like you, bro. Like, what the fuck? All right.
I mean, these people, they have.
Why do you think he does it? Do you think he's trying to establish, some credibility with an audience who he thinks needs him to sort of both sides it?
Because these people want to be both inside and outside.
That's literally it. They want the, street cred, right? Politically speaking. They want the legitimacy of being outsiders. Ooh, rebels. They're not like old media. They're new media. Oh, they're their own boss. Can you believe it? Oh, hey, we don't take corporate money here. Oh, we don't have advertisers. We're funded by the people. Yeah, okay, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Sure, pal. Anywho, they want to do that while at the same time still have those connections and access to the Democratic Party, even to the Republican Party and the establishment at large, right? There's a reason, from Sam Cedar to Mehdi Hassan, you see it. Why the fuck does Hassan Piker cozy up with the Democratic Party when he has like 30K viewers live, when he has millions of dollars, when he lives in a multi-million-dollar home? Why the fuck does he need the Democratic Party? It's for access. It's for clout. It's for influence. It's for, feeling important. It's all that shit. He does not need them whatsoever. Again, you're not an outsider if you're over here kissing ass to them for your own benefit or when it matters most. And all these individuals are critical of the Democratic Party, are critical of the establishment, critical of the state. But that's part of the fucking game. That's part of the hustle. Recently, I have seen that CM Punk or all this shit's going on with wrestling, right? And it's hilarious because bro, I can appreciate what they do, the skill that it takes, especially on the mic. That I appreciate even more than the athleticism. But I put it this way, you have to understand, CM Punk and the persona of the rebel, speaking truth to power, the pipe bombs, all these things, right? That's part of the fucking company. That's part of the kayfabe. He's still an employee. He still wants the WWE to succeed, right? Because it's a reflection of him. Whether it's the DSA, whether it's Hassan Piker, whether it's the Majority Report, or Mehdi Hassan, they want the Democratic Party to succeed because that's the team that they're on. He'll be critical of them. CM Punk over here pretending to dislike, whoever his boss is over there, pretending to dislike the fact that ticket prices are so high, and hell, he might actually dislike it. It might genuinely might align sometimes with what he's saying. It's coming from him after all. But it will never supersede his interest because it's a self-interest to the corporation. None of these individuals will ever allow themselves to supersede the Democratic Party, even when they're being critical. Nobody is good enough. You guys are nitpicky. You're a sad fucking individual if you think these people, these white people, these rad libs represent you, have your fucking interest in mind whatsoever. It is pathetic. Read. God damn, bro.
I know you don't want to talk historically, but
these people have always betrayed the working class. These people have always been compradors. These people have always aligned with the powerful, with the capitalists when it matters most.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's Cornel West, of course, he's also influenced by his wife, but whether it's Cornel West or, or any, it's like saying, one of the other things that I find very disturbing is that so when they're bombing Venezuelan boats in the Caribbean, they say you have two people on Western media talking, two sets of people. One says, yes, we should bomb them and get rid of them and take the oil. And then the other group says, well, Maduro's evil and it's a dictatorship, but we should no. There's no difference for me between these two.
I think that's so important that you say that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no difference. Actually, people want to be both inside and outside. Whether it's Cornel West, of course, he's also influenced by his wife, but whether it's Cornel West or, or any, it's like saying, one of the other things that I find very disturbing is that so when they're bombing Venezuelan boats in the Caribbean, they say you have two people on Western media talking, two sets of people. One says, yes, we should bomb them and get rid of them and take the oil. And then the other group says, well, Maduro's evil and it's a dictatorship, but we should no.
Mind you, I only saw the first part of this clip of him hating on Mehdi Hassan. I did not see this part of it. I wanted to see it with y'all, and I thought I had the right video. I didn't realize this was the paywall portion of it. So I didn't know that we were in agreement with this shit. And I'm glad that he's saying it because he's a lot more intelligent, a lot more well-read, a lot more lived. I mean, this individual was literally, fought for Iran against Saddam Hussein when he was using chemical weapons given to him by the United States. Again, I don't compare myself. To white rad libs. I could barely stomach them. Believe it or not, I really don't watch Hassan Piker. I barely watch the Majority Report. Because I despise them to that fucking level that I hate hearing their voices. These are the types of individuals that I'm like, all right, cool. I must be on the right track. I must be doing something right. So again, you can perceive it as me being nitpicky when I say that Bad Empanada and something like Mamdani are no different in their positions. They just tweak the way that they deliver the information. They're both claiming that Maduro is an illegitimate president. Whatever you add after that is just child's play.
Maduro's evil and it's a dictatorship, but we should no. There's no difference for me between these two.
I think that's so important that you say that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no difference. Actually, this evil is in many ways worse than that evil, because this evil pretends to be anti-war and pretends to be more objective and anti-empire. But what it does is that it paves the way for aggression, even though it pretends to be against it, or maybe it is against it, but who are you to say Maduro is evil? Go and say your own government is evil. Your own government has been starving Venezuela for decades. Your own government is making life miserable for the people in Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, and elsewhere.
So, I guess that was a promo or something. But yeah, at the end of the day, you're vilifying targets of the state. You're aiding their efforts. And this is a response to Mehdi Hassan posting this. So fucking pathetic.
I'll tell you what, we'll end it like this. I've had you on my show many, many times, right? When do I get invited on Iranian state television? Ah, you've gone.
On the issue of free speech, Piers Morgan happens to be undeniably correct here. What did he say? What did he say? He said Piers Morgan and Mehdi Hassan are no fucking different. That's why they love each other. That's why they admire each other. That's why they respect each other. That's why they're always palling around and having a good time. Because they're doing the same thing. They're doing the same fucking thing.
I invited you to Iran, Piers. I invited you to Iran.
I'll do it like you do. I'll do it like you do. Down the barrel of a camera, you put me on Iranian state television.
Like, who the fuck does he think he is? Like, who does he think he's speaking to? Or it's like, you go ahead and put me on state TV. Like, what? And that was an awful accent. I'm not even going to try. Like, these ridiculous demands are be catered to you. Mind you, you're on fucking YouTube. We have the same fucking reach or access platform to the same fucking audience, right? Obviously, hundreds of times larger than I am. But the point being, you're on fucking YouTube. I don't know why people keep thinking that Piers Morgan's Uncensored is an actual TV show. It's not. He got booted from television because his weird ass, obsession with is it Merkel? No, it's not Angela Merkel. One of the princess. I don't fucking know what's going on over there. I do not care. Right? I guess she rejected him. He was so upset about it. Prince Harry's wife. I don't fucking know. I think she the only thing I know about her that I thought was funny was that she's in the Deal or No Deal. And so that's why he got booted. Yeah, it was Meghan Markle. Look at that. Me pretending not to know the cheese mill over the pond, or however they say that shit. It's like, I'm inviting you to my fucking YouTube show, and you put me on state television where I will have access to every television in your country, where I would be broadcast on every television in your country, right? Again, this Orwellian portrayal of what Iran is, right? It is comical. Bro, you're on YouTube. What are you doing here? What demands are you making? And the response is like, nah, come over here. Because then once you come over, you'll be able to say, oh, yeah, I didn't get kidnapped. I didn't get assaulted. I saw things for what they were. I'm sure you're still going to lie. But people are going to be like, oh, you made it out fine. Oh, you were able to speak your mind. And then you came back. All right, cool. It's not that bad, apparently. They didn't fucking disappear you, or they didn't chop you up into little fucking pieces like the Saudis. All right, though. Those are our allies.
And let me say what I think about Iranian state television in the way that I let you come on my show and criticize my country and the United States and the West. Fair's fair, right, Professor? Because you've got freedom of speech in Iran. There should be no problem in me, Piers Morgan, going on Iranian state television and hammering your regime. Only you won't let that happen, and the regime won't let it happen, because amongst the many things that you repress, the biggest thing you repress is freedom of speech. That's why you can't talk out against your regime, and that's why you wouldn't let me go on state TV in Iran and talk out against your regime. And that is the difference between us. So you can try and take the high moral ground, but the reality is that is the difference.
And then everyone clapped. And then everyone clapped. Like, bro, like, this is so fucking sad. And I love this, that he's like laughing at his fucking face. I love that shit, because that's how you should treat these fucking people. They're a fucking joke. They're a yoke. And it, man. It's almost as sad as somebody over here in the chat. Who is this person? This sad little individual. GC96 saying, comparing his fucking heroes to Marx and Engels. God damn, bro. You know, Engels actually got busy. Like, Engels saw combat. Engels was smuggling fucking weapons. So until your favorite little fucking rad lib streamer is writing theory to the level of Engels, until they're running fucking weapons, until they're fucking using them themselves, that comparison is pathetic on your part. That lets me know how much you adore, aggrandize, worship these fucking individuals. You're in a fucking cult if you're comparing them to fucking Engels. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, how absent were adults in your life for you not to be able to have any recognition of what a child-like admiration you have for other grown adults who have never done anything for the struggles that they fucking profit off of. It is sad. What are you gonna do about it? These people are a lost cause. And Autumn Lee is right on cue. Your boss that hired you, that pays your bills apparently, doesn't give you a 401k. Sam Cedar, 2 fucking decades of yapping, of flapping his gums. And what the fuck has he done? 2 decades. What has he done that did not profit him? And no, that's not an anti-Semitic fucking dog whistle. These are careerists. He'd be in fucking Hollywood if he had the chops. He'd be in Hollywood if he had the chops. The kid didn't have it. His greatest fucking moment was on Sex and the City. God damn, bro. People will fall for anything and anyone. I can't tell right now if this cold brew was sat a little too long, brewed a little too long, or if I didn't rinse this cup well enough. But the oat milk is doing its job, so we're fine. We're fine. All right. He found a higher calling. You know what that reminds me of real quick? Because I'm being petty and then we'll get back on track. My apologies. So you know Autumn Leaves has a fucking... Autumn Leaves is gonna like... Did I get it? I did actually. It's sad because there's a little fruit one, but it was bothering me. Autumn Leaves is gonna straight up like... I think they're gonna be wearing Sam Cedar's skin sooner rather than later. You made. Hold on. Or are we? That's towards the end. He's like, "Fuck you."
Steven, I didn't sell out, son. I bought in.
I didn't sell out. I bought in. Pathetic ass old people logic. All right. So Mehdi Hasan aligning with his colonial master, Piers Morgan, on the issue of free speech. Piers Morgan happens to be undeniably correct here. Mind you,
I'll tell you what.
While Piers Morgan and Mehdi Hasan's government are attacking Iran. There's another one here. Let me see. Let me close this out and see if I'm in the right area. All right, let's go through the messiness. Let's go over it. I really don't like going through Twitter, but I hate Mehdi Hasan. It's gonna fuel me. Apparently, they went back and forth for a while. This is back from 2023. Let's see if we could find the origins of this. I guess. Yikes! Oh yeah. Damn, they go. It's just. Maybe this is it. Okay, this is it. Let's just 2 minutes. Let's see what's the origins of this beef. Let's go.
A lot of people in the West who are condemning US economic sanctions on Iran. They also do point out, though, that when Iran does have spare cash, when it does have millions of dollars to spend, it spends a lot of those dollars on proxy wars in Syria, in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Palestine. Why not use that money at home, they say, on your own people?
I'm just asking questions. Imagine literally saying or condemning or trying to smear Iran for aiding the Palestinian struggle. That's fucking disgusting. Fuck, man. And I want it on the record, we have not actually covered the majority report today. And Autumn Leaves is here. So they're a liar. I just want to say they're a confirmed liar because last time they're like, I'm only here because they're talking about my boss. You're a liar. You have no life. You are permanently online. At least I'm ashamed about it. This is all you got. You have to grovel for your job back as a mod at the majority report, the same way that your boss, Sam Cedar, had to grovel for his job back on mainstream media, MSNBC, as a contributor. So there you go. I mod for Mehdi Hasan too. You're fucking pathetic. Oh my gosh. You're so fucking sad, bro. You think that means something? You think that makes you somebody? Fuck, man. Jesus. Mind you, they claim to be black, so we're talking to like a S rank comprador over here. Wow. Wow. Again, they might be lying because they consistently lie. But I guess they're getting paid both by Sam Cedar and Mehdi Hasan to come over here. That's how important we are, chat. That's how important this like under 10K subscriber channel is. It's a small circle. It's a small space. And they hate the fact that you call them out for their opportunism, for their devotion to the status quo, as Kwame Ture warned us about these liberals. They are our enemies through and through. At no point did I say I didn't believe you. I said that you're a fucking liar. So who knows if you're telling the truth? I don't cap. Oh my God. They claim, oh my gosh. I don't cap. Oh.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
I don't cap, bro. I'm a fucking old man. And even I know that is atrocious. I don't cap. Wow. Now I just feel bad for you. Wow. Yup. I mean, chat, can we get a confirmation here? Like what? Wow. Okay. How are we doing this? They're not even worth like naming in this poll. Here's the poll, chat. Is Sam Cedars employee white? See if it lets me. There it is. Yes or no, chat. Y'all let me know. Y'all gotta vote to make this democratic though. We're not totalitarians over here. I don't cap. They're not even worth fucking naming. All right, let's move on. They just told them themselves. It is what it is. Literally like no reason to engage with them any further. If they're cosplaying black over here.
A lot of people in the West who are condemning US economic sanctions on Iran. They also do point out, though, that when Iran does have spare cash, when it does have millions of dollars to spend, it spends a lot of those dollars on proxy wars in Syria, in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Palestine. Why not use that money at home, they say, on your own people?
Come on, let's be serious here. The United States invaded Afghanistan from across the world. They invaded Iraq. They and their allies spent tens of billions of dollars destroying Syria, supporting extremists. You know that as well as I. You know about the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency document of 2012, and you had an interview with General Michael Flynn, who was the head of that.
I'm not here to re-argue the Syrian war. I'm asking, why not spend that money at home when you're saying that you're being crippled by U.S. sanctions? When you do have money, you spend it on military support for the Assad regime or the Houthi rebels or whatever it is.
Again, anyone that confronts or troubles a Zionist entity, we can't have that. Again, not understanding that, hey, our safety is dependent upon aligning with those that resist the Zionist encroachment in the region, the expansion of the Zionist settler colonial project, and U.S. imperialism in the region at large. Camden didn't do it. It's playing out the big questions over here.
I'm asking, why not spend that money at home when you're saying that you're being crippled by U.S. sanctions? When you do have money, you spend it on military support for the Assad regime or the Houthi rebels or whatever it is.
You know that's nonsense. Iran spends money at home, and that's why Western countries have failed in the fight against the coronavirus, and we see the catastrophe taking place in the United States and Europe. And despite the sanctions, we've done much better. And we wouldn't have been in Syria.
Across the world, but
we would not have been in Syria. Iran and
spends hundreds of dollars.
Let me respond. Yes, let me respond. If Iran hadn't entered Syria in 2013, the black flags would have been over Damascus as we speak right now. In Iraq, if Iran wasn't there to defend Baghdad, the city would have collapsed. in the face of the same
Mohammed,
ISIS that the United States and regional countries, which you know quite well, allowed them to rise. And then we would have to fight and...
We don't need context. We don't need. We do not need context that justifies Iran's involvement. We don't need that. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking for context. I'm asking for a soundbite where I could paint you as a supporter of terrorism abroad. I do not need or want context. Please stop. Stop doing that.
Mohammed Marandi, we've discussed these conflicts on the show many times before. I'm not here to re-argue Iraq or Syria, etc. I'm simply pointing out that, as you say, Iran is not a poor country. It does have funds, and it spends a lot of that money abroad. All I'm saying is, why not spend more of that money at home now you're in the middle of a crisis?
Bro's a total fucking reactionary. Oh, what about your bootstraps? So what if the US and the rest of the world's trying to alienate you? What have you been doing with your money? Who cares if we're holding hostage your funds?
No, Iran does spend money at home. But if Iran
what about personal responsibility, huh?
hadn't prevented the fall of these countries, if Iran hadn't helped these governments and these countries and the people of Syria and Iraq to defend themselves against these extremists, we'd be fighting these extremists in Iran, and we'd have to pay a much greater price a day just to create stability in this country. Okay. So actually, if you want Iran to spend more money on its own people, then stop intervening in countries like Iraq. Stop intervening and destroying Libya, Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Yemen.
Literally saying, look, in order to have some semblance of peace in the region, we need to rid ourselves of the very fucking proxies that the US and Europe fund and arm and train in order to destabilize this region, in order to balkanize and put their own fucking puppets in power to take over the fucking resources for profit for the capitalist class. So if your argument is that we should stop doing that and funding or using those funds for our own people, then stop arming, stop training the people that are at our fucking borders that are going to come after us next once they destabilize the entire region. That is the goal. Destabilizing the entire region, surrounding Iran, and then taking it out. And fucking Mehdi Hassan has been since 2020, he has been pushing that propaganda. So I don't know the context, nor do I care about Matt Taibbi. But he says, it reminded me of a similar approach used by Mr. Hassan when he interviewed me about Iran. And again, Mehdi Hassan says, a long-standing defender of the Iranian government, gasp, the Iranian government is lecturing me on the Twitter files, claims about alleged online censorship. Seriously, you cannot make this stuff up. Yeah, if it's about the Twitter files, I can't stand Matt Taibbi. He sold himself out to Elon Musk. He's been on this weird crusade on behalf of reactionary fucking opportunists that cry about cancel culture. But here, Marandi says, absolutely, I defend the Iranian people and government against an ugly regime that you pretend has moral superiority. A regime that has weaponized social media, starves Iranians with medieval sanctions, and helped Saddam gas me twice in the 1980s. Don't be a gatekeeper of a failing empire. And this part right here. Gas me twice in the 1980s. What the fuck has Mehdi Hassan done to earn him such self-righteous arrogance? Mehdi Hassan says the difference is I can and have condemned U.S. sanctions on Iran and support for Saddam. You won't condemn your own government's abuse of its people and its support for Bashir and Vladimir. Only one of us is consistent here. While I'm making tens of thousands of dollars and I'm not being targeted by fucking Western powers, I hold the higher ground. Marandi responds, no, You don't really condemn US sanctions on Iran or support for Saddam or regime change in Syria or Venezuela or genocide in Yemen or the destruction of Libya and the plundering of Iraq. If you did, you'd spend night and day fighting the most cruel and hypocritical regime on earth. It's not even that, bro. You don't even have to go that fucking far to say you gotta spend your fucking night and day. So not just waking hours, but even sleeping hours fighting against US imperialism. That's not even it. You wouldn't have the fucking platform and the influence and the attention and the access that you do if you were actually fucking about it. It's that simple. Mehdi Hasan is that fucking simple. You would not be who you are with the money, influence, and access, the status, if you actually oppose US imperialism. It's not complicated. Mehdi Hasan's response, again, I have condemned both Bashir, Iran-backed war in Syria, and MBS, US-backed war in Yemen. You have only condemned one of them. As I said, only one of us is consistent here. The back and forth is annoying, but we're going to go through it. Morandi says, you have no moral authority. We know who the main culprits were in Syria. You didn't stand up to them. If it wasn't for Iran, ISIS and Al-Qaeda, backed by NATO and allies, would have taken Syria and Iraq. If you had taken a principled stance on Syria or Yemen, you'd have no TV show. There it is. There it fucking is. Sigh. You're both, your bad faith and lazy smears are beyond parody. So let's hear him out. It's fucking 9 minutes. I guess we'll hear a portion of this.
Operation Cyclone, Operation Timber Sycamore. Two of the most expensive and consequential CIA covert operations in the agency's history. You may not have heard of them, but you've definitely heard of the two conflicts that they sought to influence.
The Soviet Union is reported to have made major foreign deployment of some of its military forces.
The Soviet Union is going to have to speak to exercise restraint. And political
operation ever mounted by the CIA, providing $630 million a year to the insurgency, including giving them anti-aircraft Stinger missiles, something the CIA didn't want to do initially. As I mentioned, it became the most expensive operation ever mounted by the CIA at the time.
Okay, so he's giving like nothing wrong with giving a little historical report and background. But again, Morandi says, I didn't say you were totally silent, simply straw targeting now. So like straw manning, I'm assuming. Your criticism doesn't constitute a principled stance. Such a stance would mean saying Obama, Biden, and Clinton committed crimes against humanity in Yemen, Syria, and Libya. You'd say they're no better than Trump. But he can't say those fucking things. He has to be vague and he has to be very broad about his criticism. So here's a response to that about the moral authority. And we both know that if you took your principled stance on what's happening inside Iran, you'd be in prison. Bro was in the UK for how long and is talking about freedom of speech. Wow. Morandi responds, nonsense. But what do you know about principles? I've survived chemical weapons from regimes led by those who gave you a US passport. That part, bro. If you were such a fucking threat to the rich, to the powerful, to the capitalists, to the imperialists, why the fuck would they give you a US passport? Many thousands didn't survive and many face a slow death. I literally couldn't breathe, but I didn't leave the battlefield. You and principles? Question mark. In other words, the reason why I'm not going to play your fucking game of denouncing the Iranian regime is because I've faced actual war fucking crimes, chemical weapons, in defending my state, my government, my people, when your governments were committing war crimes by giving these fucking chemical weapons to Saddam Hussein. I saw people die in horrific fucking ways, in slow, painful ways, who you want me to disrespect, disparage, by playing your little fucking game. They died to protect our homeland, Iran, because of propagandists like you who covered and protect US imperialism in the way that it really fucking matters. Your dad studied. That's wild, bro. This guy's what I say. Him and Piers Morgan are discussing individuals that drag family members into it. Your dad studied at the University of Virginia in the US. You studied at Birmingham University in the UK. So give me a break with gave you a passport performative shtick. Wait. Hold on. So you're telling me that he had access to the UK, that his father was educated in the US, and he still face Saddam Hussein's chemical weapons funded by, given to him by the US and NATO. My respect for Mamdani just increased tenfold. What the fuck? This guy could have been chilling, could have been comfortable, could have been just hanging out. And he said, fuck that. Not only am I going to stay in Iran, I'm going to fight for it. What the fuck was Medio-san thinking? I mean, bro, like these opportunists don't realize what integrity is. They can't even fucking recognize it. And when they do, they think it's worth mocking. I did not know this about Mamdani. Holy shit, dude. Oh, wow. And you know, someone earlier was comparing Hassan Piker to Engels about being rich. Mind you, let's forget about everything Engel actually did in terms of putting in the work, both in writing and in the struggle. No, rich is rich. Mamdani was up. I don't think he was that rich. Who knows? Maybe that's the next revelation. Multi-millionaire, right? Who knows? But, you know, was comfortable and had access to comfort. And still got busy. Fuck, man. You got to respect that. You got to admire that. Wow. Well, thank you for that information, Mehdi Hassan. In principles, I condemn the crimes endured by Iran, but you don't condemn the crimes inflicted by Iran. Oh, shit. I was born there, but I live and work in sanctioned Iran. Bro, I chose this fucking life, he said. I chose this fucking life. I'm about it. I know where I come from. Woo! I did not know this about Mamdani. Holy shit, bro. Oh, he's a real motherfucker. God damn. I was born there, but I live and work in sanctioned Iran. You moved to the US. You ran to the belly of the beast. And received citizenship from the regime that supports terror groups, strangles Iranian citizens, backs Saddam, and weaponized social media. Your regime almost has a monopoly on crimes, and you're a gatekeeper. Damn. Wow. You weren't born in England, so let's be clear. I shouldn't move to the US because it supported Saddam, but you did move to the UK to study after the UK supported Saddam. Why did you do that? Given the UK's support for Saddam, I'm just trying to understand your principles. I studied and returned. You celebrated a US passport. Fine, congratulations. I couldn't breathe because of NATO's chemical weapons, while many thousands died and continue to die. Obama, Clinton, and Biden committed crimes against humanity in Yemen, Syria, Libya, and you attack. Fuck man, I tell you though. I'm gonna be honest with you. Question: how come you're on Twitter arguing with me and making false claims in regards to Yemen, which I have condemned and covered extensively, when millions of your fellow Iranians are banned from Twitter? Why do you get special treatment from the government there that you never criticize? Why won't you allow the CIA to manipulate the Iranian people? I criticize my government on Twitter, on TV, in public spaces. Just last month, I called for former President George W. Bush to be held to account for war crimes. Have you ever criticized the Iranian government? What would happen to you if you did? Dun, dun, dun. In that case, does he respond? And Obama, you know little about Iran. People and media criticize the administration and state from top to bottom, at work, in taxis, in buses, and the metro. But if you think I'll criticize Iran in my 5 minutes of time with an international and hostile Western media, you're mistaken that part of it. And it reminds you of, like, when it comes to family business, bro. When it comes to family business, or when it comes to your own people, it's all about the environment that you're in. It's all about the environment that you're in. I'm not going to call out some Chicano nationalists if we're around a whole bunch of white people. I'm not going to perform and give them that source of entertainment, right? We're not going to go back and forth like that. In fact, and begrudgingly, like, just, I don't even know. Like, I'm more than anything, if I'm being honest with you, more than anything, I'll be looking out for homie in case somebody tries some racist ass shit. So if you think that somebody who has been a victim of the war crimes of NATO, again, giving chemical weapons to Saddam Hussein, the US, should be using their limited time in, yes, hostile Western media to condemn his own state, to air out their own shortcomings, mistakes, inconsistencies, inequalities, what have you, instead of using that time to criticize the people that want him dead, the people that want them to starve to death, the people that want to dismantle and destroy Iran, instead of fighting back against that narrative in the limited time that he has to try and break through the massive, massive tons of feces of propaganda against Iran. I mean, come on. And in case y'all were wondering, Autumn Leaves went to go recruit more people to come into the chat for the poll. They've done it before. I don't know why these majority report people think that I'm like stupid or something. It's fine. I'm brown. So they've been conditioned to only view white people as intelligent. It's fucking obvious, bro. Like, what are we doing here? Espresso Depresso on the Twitch chat wants to weigh in and says the misuse of AAVE is right on point for a rad lib. Yep. All right. I think we're done with this aspect of it. Yeah. I think that's where it stopped. Anywho. We got one more. Oh yeah. Did we go over this? This shit made me sick, man.
Here. Well, I tell you what, we'll end.
Yeah, we did. Just a reminder, fuck Mehdi Hassan. While you think what you're doing is consistency, it's actually complicity. Mehdi Hassan says, I have no idea what you're talking about and would prefer you to be clear rather than just smear. Be clear with your smears. Or feel free to unfollow me. What's up with like these old people being like, yeah, just unfollow me, man. I think it's weird when people that don't like you follow you. But if they're trying to keep tabs on you for whatever reason, all right. I mean, block them if it bothers you that they're following you. Though I have always found your clips very useful. The response over here is, you're promoting American imperialism propaganda, regardless of whether or not you agree with the sentiment used to demonize Iran at a time when US is carrying an imperialist genocidal war against Iran in the name of and with the help of that propaganda. Could you imagine an anti-Nazi journalist in 1941 implying and supporting discourse of Germans or their allies attacking restrictions of free speech in the USSR or discriminating against blacks in the US. Mehdi Hassan replies, it's a ridiculous argument and a tribal, black and white view of the world I don't share. So I'm just not going to engage with what will expose me. That's beautiful. I try and not outsource my views or ethics. And yes, I try and be consistent. The idea that it is American imperialist propaganda to suggest that there isn't free speech in a dictatorship is absurd. BM replies, the mere fact that you're talking about no free speech in Iran, again, regardless of whether you think it's true or not, while Trump makes promises about wiping out an entire civilization, is simply audacious. It's unfortunate you don't get it. Oh, he gets it all right. Oh, he fucking gets it all right. That's his fucking role. One has nothing to do with the other. One has, bro, like, it does though. And that's the problem, that it does. That's what propaganda is for. And him saying that one has nothing to do with the other is exactly what he's meant to do. That is his role. He's here to tell you, to lie to you, and separate those things as if they're not interconnected, as if one does not aid and help the other. These are the imperialist propagandists that are platform funded in order to mislead you, in order to gain your trust because they're being critical and principled on both sides. This idea that because it's a war, we should fall into line is absurd. I'm not going to have pro-war people tell me what to say in a war, nor anti-war people, especially if it's true. It just so happens that what I'm saying is helping the people that want to exterminate the Iranian civilization. All right, we don't normally do this, but whatever. Let's just wrap this up here. How can you say one has something to do with the other? You've seen the ongoing genocide in Gaza. You've seen the propaganda that's been allowing it. It's the same fucking thing. Talking right now about free speech in Iran is akin to talking during the genocide about Hamas persecution of gays. Exactly correct.
Outside of my race.
Exactly correct. No, I don't think so. You might have to refresh the stream. Sound is off on YouTube stream, I think. But thank you for letting me know. All right. Mehdi Hassan responds, you're acting like it came out of the blue. Morandi is berating Pierce. Defending Pierce, his fellow propagandist. Somebody that also pretends to play both sides. Or be in the middle and calling balls and strikes on both sides. Piers Morgan about the West using free speech allotted to him by Western media. By Western media. He's been bestowed by freedom of speech. Oh, this Iranian has been gifted free speech by Piers Morgan on fucking YouTube. Wow, how great. I mean, Mehdi Hassan loves white people so much. He loves his little colonizers so much. Okay, you're acting like it came out of the blue. Morandi is berating Pierce about the West, using the free speech allotted to him by Western media, and you're saying Pierce has no right to ask him the reverse? You're being absurd. Go police someone else's language or views. Now it's policing. Oh, you see these rallies? You're policing. You're woke scolding me. No. We're calling you out as a pro-imperialist propagandist. You're just the most liberal version of it. You're the one that's most smeared in the feces, so it's kind of difficult to make out who you are. But we know what you are. We can smell you a mile away. And that's not a racial thing, because Mehdi Hassan, it's not that. It's just, he's full of shit. BM, what are you talking about? I don't even care what Pierce says. I commented only because you endorsed this genocidal psycho and his propaganda. Exactly. I'm pretty sure that's where he tapped out. But yeah. Anywho, anyone that's fucking cognizant knows Mehdi Hassan is an opportunist, and that's the reason why. That's the reason why the Majority Report adores Mehdi Hassan. They love that shit. They're like a fucking sellout, an opportunist, a comprador. Yes, Yes, please. All right. Where are we at here? All right. Enough of giving this person attention or ending the poll. I guess he couldn't recruit enough people from the Majority Report Discord. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Here, let me do this. Oh, shout out to the Red Nation. They're streaming right now. Again, shout out to Dr. Ball. That makes what I like. That man, that conversation with Dr. Ware was quite a thing. Quite a thing to look at. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this over here. Let me see. Let me find the right spot. The right location. That way be happen. All right. 103 is fine. I normally don't go over Twitter stuff like that, but like fuck Mehdi Hassan. Disgusting individual. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Do me a favor while I'm gone. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Do all that good stuff. Appreciate y'all for getting busy in the chat.
And in many ways, that's what our glorious resistance fighters. I think Palestinians really, really need to recall how they felt that day. And they need to hold onto that feeling so deeply and so dearly. And that's what they don't want you to do. That's what Fanon was talking about with, the job, I'm paraphrasing here, but the job of the colonizer is to make dreams of liberty impossible. And the job of the colonized is to make those things materially happen by any and all means necessary. And in many ways, that's what our glorious resistance fighters did on that day, on that glorious day of October 7th, in which they took back land. And then, of course, the wrath of their weapons and their destruction came immediately afterwards, which is exactly what you would expect, because they understood we tasted freedom. They understood we tasted what we've been taught repeatedly is just a pipe dream. And it's not a fucking pipe dream. And this Emma co-host jumps immediately and says exactly, as if she was so eager to hear the word pipe dream. No, fuck both of them. It is not a pipe dream. These are not dreams of liberation. These are actual material things that have happened historically and can and will happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, this is why I'm trying to work on this, concept of settler realism. They for them, it is a pipe dream. A reality is white supremacy is in power. Settler colonialism is the reality and the way things should be. And maybe, we'll adjust here and there to calm you people down, you natives, you savages, you backwards people that can rule. Because if they truly believe that if indigenous people take power, Palestinians were to take power, like for them, that's a nightmare. For them, they truly believe a white genocide will occur. And you see this from however they want to identify, right, left, centrist, whatever, they all truly believe that if indigenous people, specifically in this case, if Palestinians were to take power, as Abdel mentioned earlier, Hamas would win handedly, that it would be a massacre. When in reality, we've seen it time and time again. Colonizers flee the moment they lose any power. The moment they lose power, they flee because they're like, oh, well, why am I here? I'm just going to go back to my home and be an average person there because I can't, be a duke, a lord.
That's what happened after October 7th. There were a bunch of Israelis in the airports leaving because they were scared.
Yep. At the moment the temperature went up a little bit, they're gone. What do you think is going to happen when liberation occurs? All right.
You're a colonizer. Yeah, you're a settler. Of course, you believe that it's an improbability, right? Everybody likes to reference like capitalism.
I don't think it's an improbability.
Capitalist realism.
No, I don't think it's an
But there
improbability.
is a settler realism. There's a settler realism as well at play, right? That you cannot perceive the fact that you will lose power. Right?
No. I can perceive
Who's
the fact.
the we here, actually? No. Actually, I want you to expand on the fact that you just brought up Norm Finkelstein and you gratuitously to talk about. And when you say we, who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Look at Sam's face.
What do you mean? Settlers, Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
White people. Why are you pulling this anti-Semitism thing?
She's trying to paint you as anti-Semitic.
Look, none of us here are white. We're all different shades of brown and black here. All right. I'm going to speak to the white people who might be listening to this. There is nothing more embarrassing, nothing more uncomfortable, right, than when a white person pulls the race card for you. For you. Because we know, like, you don't just push that button. You don't just go there, right? If you're going to do it, usually the best case scenario is you get the person riled up enough to where they admit it themselves. But to have this wasp, this white woman who's never struggled a day in her fucking life, call me anti-Semitic for combating the liberal Zionist propaganda that they're spreading, exposing them for advocating for the continued existence of the settler Zionist project, its evolution. For her to call me anti-Semitic is no different than what AIPAC is doing. It's no different from all these Zionists who are upset the moment that you talk about colonization.
This happened to me this week.
Average dumb cracker.
It happened to me this last week. How this Jen from CPUSA said I was promoting blood quantum and I was racist for pointing out she had green eyes, blonde hair, and white skin.
Another
motherfucker,
dumb cracker.
you're fucking white, right? So how am I racist?
Yeah, I'm Asian. I'm not that.
Yeah, but not only
white.
that,
It's
like
bro, you're
not only
white.
that, like blood quantum. I want to say this real quick. Blood quantum was put on by the U.S. government on Black and Indigenous peoples, especially Indigenous peoples, but during the Lawman era. She has never faced oppression from blood quantum policies. My kids do, right? I do too, because I'm measured by blood quantum, right? And my kids can't get enrolled in the Comanche Nation because, because of their blood quantum according to the U.S. government. That's a fucking problem. Her having kids will never deal with that shit because her partner is white. So what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, go ahead.
I sincerely thought, I'll start the video again soon, but I sincerely thought on my end on the phone, it sounded like she said like blood quantum or something like that. When in reality, she said, if the shoe fits. I don't know why it sounded like that to me. So that's, I'm like, blood quantum, it threw me off. So I don't know. But my thing is, there's nothing more embarrassing. And you see it in Sam Cedar's face. Because he realizes what she's building up to, calling me anti-Semitic. Nothing more embarrassing if you're a non-white, let's say this case or ethnically, I don't even know. I said it before, I'll say it again. The fact that you consider European Jews, non-European, non-white, that's some Nazi-ass fucking ideology. But in this case, for Sam Cedar's, sake, let's just say, for somebody to pull out the anti-Semitic, accusation on his behalf when he's more than capable. I mean, he's the lead host. It's his show. It's the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. But it goes to show how like this white woman's brain works, to where she feels any pressure. Well, I can't call him a sexist, so what can I call him? How can I completely dismantle his argument without engaging in it? I'm going to call him anti-Semitic. And the reason why I brought up Norm Finkelstein is because Matt Leck is obsessed with reading and engaging and propping up all these Zionists, all these liberal Zionists. So he mentions Jeff Halper, who wrote a book called Decolonize Palestine, who still wants to colonize Palestine by being there and having the state evolve. Not by dismantling it, but having it evolve. So I mentioned Norm Finkelstein to add into it because he's the biggest voice on the Palestinian issue. Norm Finkelstein, somebody who hated Palestinians, when they got a voice over him. He's on record for saying that he got canceled because he wasn't the right identity. He didn't have the right identity. He was furious at Palestinians for finally being able to, to have the mic. So the reason why I threw him in there is because the moment that he felt any actual physical threat, when he got held up at the airport in Israel, because he was, going over there, they held him for interrogation. Eventually they told him, hey, you're banned from Israel. You can't come in. He literally stated, quote, I am not an enemy of Israel. That is a Zionist. If you're not an enemy of Israel, you're a Zionist. So all his criticism, all his accusations, literally at best make him like a liberal Zionist. But the moment you say I'm not an enemy of Israel, you're a Zionist. So she's calling me anti-Semitic for calling that out. She doesn't view, Emma Vigeland does not view European Jews to be white, which is fucking telling. I think that's the longest I've been off stream. My apologies, but I hope it was entertaining. I mean, this is a classic. This is a classic, if you will. All right, where are we? Oh, more. I don't know if I could do more right back to back. I don't know if I could put you all through that. How we doing, chat? Can y'all see that? That's because Hungry Tim is like, you won't look at Butchware's policies. Can y'all appreciate that? Can y'all see that? This is what happens when you show up to things. This is what happens when you go outside. Man, I'm telling y'all, it's a small fucking world. It's a small world. Louder. Can't hear me? 1 2 1 2. I don't know. Still can't hear? Eduardo? I think it's fine. Should be good. 1 2 1 2. All right. Anywho, that's what I get for trying to fucking, be extra petty. Nobody can see that, respectfully. Linstack, Maybe at your age, things get a little difficult to see. Ah, I know what I can do. All right, I'll stop because this is getting a little sad. It's getting a little weird. I don't know if you can tell. There you go. It's not even bragging. It's just kind of like, it is what it is. This is not a huge political figure to where I'm like, oh, can you believe it? We're gonna play fucking, I don't even know what game they Amongst Us. I can't pull it up. I can't pull it up, abuelita, because I'm not logged into Instagram. We've been following each other for like a minute, bro. We don't talk. There's nothing to talk about. I'm sure after this, she's gonna follow me. Again, Sam Cedar followed me, and it's like whatever. It's you know, what are you gonna do? Who am I? Who am I? Oh, here we go. Amongst Us, no cap. Among Us? That's hilarious. Yeah, well, that's why I'm so easily influenced by Access. That I that I'm a ride or die Butch Ware fan. I can't be critical of anything he does because we follow each other. It's funny as fuck, man. All right, let me get this together here. Do I even have that one? Let's see. It's gonna be old if I pull that up though. That's a screenshot for sure. Maybe my old phone has it, but I don't know if I still have it. Which is a bummer because that would be funny to pull up. Oh no, I do have it. Fuck this food, man. All right, hold on. Do I tweet it out? Nah, I'll just show y'all. Just gotta be very careful about swiping left or right. Let's see. Here, I'll show y'all this. This has to be the oldest one there. Like, oh, it's actually pretty close. When was this taken? This is from 2023, July 7th. God damn. All right, last thing, last funny moment. This is for Lynn Stack. Lynn Stack, put on your little abuelita glasses. Is that easier to see? That's harder to see. You can see. I mean, that's good enough, no? Oh, yeah. Pathetic ass motherfucker, bro. Why are you following me, bro? He unfollowed me once somebody called it out. Yeah. Oh, man. Thin skin individuals, bro. Why? I don't get it, man. I still don't have, that's the goal. I still don't have like 10K subscribers. Can you imagine how many subscribers I had when this fucking weirdo was following me? Hell yeah, he's a fan. What the fuck? They're all fans. Linsac's like, Stan would never follow you. That's blurry. That's AI. Man. I mean, I don't know, man. Let's go here. I don't know why they're like that, to be honest with you. Like, I think about it sometimes, like, all bullshit aside, I think about it and I'm like, I really do believe that they know that they're full of shit. And seeing somebody call them out in a principled manner with the evidence, with the fucking receipts, makes them nervous. And so they can't help themselves. Their ego doesn't allow it. Remember, Sam Cedar wanted to be a stand-up, wanted to be a comedic actor, wanted to be a comedic like producer, ends up doing this show that he half-asses, if we're being honest. And to have somebody call him out with documentation of his bullshit, I think that gets to people with that type of ego, that type of narcissism, to where they can't help it. They can't help. I mean, he knew that it was gonna notify me that he started following me. He already knew that I keep fucking receipts, so he knew I was gonna keep that shit to mock him. I don't know. Well, you know, it's funny, despite his weirdness, Decolonized Buffalo Rick was like, oh, he did that to intimidate you. He's like, people have done that to me where they'll follow me. Autumn Leaves is so fucking mad right now. They're so mad. My boss followed you? He doesn't follow me on social media. That's because you're fucking disposable. Shit. A fucking can, an empty can, is more valuable than you because you could at least recycle that shit. Yeah, but Rick told me, he's like, oh, that's a way to intimidate you, being like, I know who you are, I'm seeing you, I know what you're up to. And I don't get that. I've never understood that. I'm like, oh, I got to you. You're letting me know that I got to you, bro. That's what it is. I got to you. I got under your skin. I got in your fucking head, and I'm a nobody, bro. If we're being honest, I'm a fucking nobody. Well, I guess I am.
The American reincarnation of Frantz Fanon.
So when you put it that way, it's kind of understandable why he would follow me, right? But the funniest part is that he unfollowed me because some Anna Kasparian, like obsessed. He looked brown to me. He looked like a Chicano to me. Some obsessed Anna Kasparian fan like tagged him because I guess he went through my followers, and he's like, "Why would you follow this guy?" It might have been Autumn Leaves, I don't know. And apparently they're transracial or they're cross racial. Like they just, depending how they're feeling, they could be anything, right? Bad Empanada can do it, you can do it. But anywho, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Oh, here we go. I doubt he knew you're the same guy who called in. He probably just liked one of your videos. You're overthinking it. Bro, I didn't make videos. I streamed. And anyone that follows me on Twitter knows I never post my videos. It was because I was tagging him talking shit. You pathetic fucking fool, bro. God, he's not your dad. He's not your dad, bro. What are we doing here? You know, thank you for that, because I totally forgot their name. See? I guess you are sort of useful for something. For pathetic, meaningless trivia. This one doesn't even pop up on my Autumn Leaves, make yourself useful. What's their username on Twitter? Because I'm not seeing it. No way, she wished them happy birthday. I found them. Worthless. Worthless yet again. That's hilarious. Man. You know, I'm telling you, I'm competitive. I'm petty. I found my warrior. How do you say that? Mario, warrior. I can't say it. My accent's too thick. All right. let's get back together. Let's get it back together. Anywho, all right. We're having fun. But we'll do this and then we'll do the AOC thing. It's hilarious. It's sad. Gio, maybe we'll talk about it on the Discord, but I don't feel comfortable putting it here. Yeah, I can't say that word. Wario. War. Like war. Wario. Wario? Or Wario? I can't speak English or Spanish that well. So I don't know what the fuck y'all expect me with these made up words. No, Jake, I appreciate that, but I'm a disciple of the School of Pettiness, and I do take courses with Dr. Ball. Likes veggies. That's hilarious. That's funny. All right. Lucario? Who's Lucario? I never played Super Smash Bros. Anywho. I was never a Nintendo kid. I remember once getting to borrow the Dreamcast, if you want to know how old I am, and playing what was that skating game? I know you guys are old too. What's that skating game? Where it wasn't like a skateboard, you were rollerblading and tagging shit up. I remember playing that in the Dreamcast. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Okay. No. Jet Set Radio? Yes. Oh, hey, Daria, at the same time. Daria, we're calling that a draw. Okay. You know what? I do have a favorite Pokemon now. I never had one. And I just like everybody else, obsessively watching the Coop, Beer Dad, and who's the other fool? Pokey or is it like Jess or something like that? The brown one, the brown bald one. I would forget the brown guy, huh? Damn. And I don't know, do you have to reveal what your favorite Pokemon is? I just love the design. Let's see if anybody can guess. What generation? Let me find out. I'll tell you what generation. So, let's see here. So he's a 7th generation Pokemon. Mind you, I'm not a Pokemon fan. I'm a fucking Digimon kid. It's a 7th generation Pokemon. Let me see any Pokemon fans can guess. I don't know if we have Pokemon fans here. And let's see what else can I know about them. I just found them out right now. Yeah, I don't know anything else about them. When I saw their design, I was like, that is the cutest fucking design ever. It's like cute, creepy. I'll do it. 7th gen. I don't know any other facts, but I love the cards. Anywho. All right. Let's get it back together. I never thought I was going to be talking about Pokemon here. Oh, their evolution's pretty cool. Not as cool as the base, but all right. They look like a little person. Okay, so the Mimikyu is pretty close. But remember, it's 7th gen. No. I love Digimon. Like, I think Digimon is bro. I'm telling you, in the schoolyard, I would get into arguments. Mimikyu is pretty close. Let me see how he looks. Yeah, Mimikyu's pretty close. Y'all are pretty close. Good guess. You're in the ballpark, and I do love the design, but it's a little too hot topic for me. Who is this? Okay, close. Y'all are. That's funny. Pretty close. Yeah, I think y'all are pretty close. Tubrish or Trubbish. That's adorable. It's like, obviously you don't want to mistreat your Pokemon. You only want to make them fight other animals, creatures. But this looks like you could like punt this thing and it would just like not feel it. All right. Let's lock in. Yeah. Oh, he's Gen 5. So not Mimikyu. Alona? Who's Alona? Oh, I don't know what that is. Like a class of Pokemon? I don't know. I'm not. I mean, come on. Oh, it's the region. Okay, thank you, Vic. Snorlax is first generation, Eduardo. I like that Vic is like, Alola is the region. LOL. Pink Panda 2. It's the play. Yeah, it's Among Us. Yes, it's the Pokemon known as Among Us. Oh, okay. All right. Let's get back on track. Yes, I'm with Do It. That's hilarious. Espresso Depresso says we're gonna have a "Who's that Pokemon" moment with how blurry his phone is. That I could pull up here. I'm not logged in. Raichu again. Isn't Raichu first gen, Gabby? Or Gabble? All right, let's move on. But thank you for that. I'm gonna find out everything there is to know about that Pokemon, and I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean only because those guys are so like sweet and like. Okay, I'm not gonna do this, and I thought about it today because if you don't know, there's a huge trend where these like sellers of Pokemon cards will gift cards. If you donate to them, they'll give cards to kids at the conventions, and it's cute, it's adorable. But for the first time, I'm like, shit, like, should I make a video talking about how we're all feeling warm and fuzzy about these children being happy about a card, a card, mind you, that you're talking $30 to $75. I seen people drop $300 on like 3 cards and be like, oh yeah, gift them to kids. And you're like, that's adorable. That is sweet. And that's heartfelt. But what are you doing? What are we all doing collectively? Like encouraging these kids to to go after these high price, overpriced cards. And then I get it. I'm being a Scrooge. No, they're not scalp. I mean, well, these individuals aren't scalpers. They're not really making too much money with it. They're making more money with the YouTube like videos and donations. But yes. Oh yeah, man. If I was a parent and I saw a scalper kind of ruining my kid's hobby, I'd be glad because then I'd tell the kid I can't buy them. I'd be pissed. I'd be annoyed. Yeah. But even if there weren't scalpers, Daria, even if there weren't scalpers, this was going to happen. Like, that's what it needs to have. It's the market, right? You would have to overflood it like Yu-Gi-Oh for this to not happen. You never forgot not being able to have shit other people have. I mean, yeah. I get that aspect. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel good about it. I'm saying what? It's not good, man. It's not good overall. To like, I don't know. And I don't know if I even want to do. I got so much things to do that's more important than that. Videos I need to catch up on. All right. But some of the designs are dope. I did like the fact that I don't know if I still have it downloaded. Pokemon Go to the polls. No, I don't have it downloaded anymore. I remember I did download the one where you just pull packs on your phone, and I wasn't gonna pay for shit. But I was like, all right, cool. Just kind of see some cool designs or whatever, because there's nothing Digimon closely related to that. And I got over it like in a week. And I know people were like doing little tasks or challenges to like pull more cards or whatever. Some people were actually paying, and I'm just like, bro, like, what the fuck? That's weird. All right, let's get back to this. Thank you all for indulging me. I don't know why I got so distracted. This is the part we would edit out. All right. From the Daily News, Mayor Mamdani steps back from pledge on total elimination of NYPD gang database. Let's start from the top. All right, we're back with Mamdani, y'all. See, I laugh, but realistically, if I want to make this easier on myself, I should start every segment or news article or topic with an introduction, so I don't have to do this or add it later on, or that it doesn't feel jarring if somebody were to watch just a clip. So here it is. Here we go. All right, Mamdani once again fulfilling our socialist dreams. He is the future. He should be president, really, if we think about it. But these damn laws. Mayor Mamdani steps back from pledge on total elimination of NYPD gang database. Now, the key word here is total. This is what Rad Libs are going to hold on to. The total aspect. They're going to be like, well, some of it is essential. All right. He's right here, being a good little boy, behaving with his chosen commissioner. So let's read this out here. I'm more excited to learn about the excuses that Rad Libs give to their opportunist leaders. Mayor Mamdani inched further away from his campaign promise to ban the NYPD gang database on Monday, suggesting he could be open to reforming that database as opposed to abolishing it altogether. Fuck yeah, baby boy. Hell fucking yeah. Fuck abolishing. Hell yeah. I love to hear that. Oh, baby boy was running not on abolishing the police, not on defunding the police, at keeping the police, at level, making sure that people weren't going to be leaving the police department. He was concerned about pigs quitting, no different than Graham Platner, worried about the recruitment crisis that the military is facing. My goodness, who will be the meat for the meat grinder, right? In Mamdani's case, it's like who's gonna bash some heads in. So we got to keep him on the payroll. The mayor on the campaign trail called the database a vast dragnet and said his administration wouldn't use the database, but he has moderated that position since taking office. What? No, he wouldn't. No, I've been told by Rad Libs that it doesn't matter what these people truly believe, it's what they get done. Now that he's in power, who cares whether or not he was honest? But what is he going to do about it, right? Surely he's going to uphold what he said. No, these are opportunists. These are opportunists that are just gonna tell you what you want to fucking hear. Shout out to that disgusting, like, pathetic excuse of a human being, Mike from PA. Let me pull that up real quick while we're on topic. Remember, Mike from PA. Man, this sad fuck. Oh, that's too funny. Sorry. Let me lock in. If I put Mike, will it happen? Oh yeah, well, nice. Okay, yeah, perfect. Found it. Just a reminder that these people are just fans. They're just fans. They just want proximity to power. They want their guy to win. They don't give a fuck. These people did not grow up struggling like you or I did. Mike from PA grew up wealthy. His mother was a Republican politician. She lost her race. So Mike from PA, a Republican, ran as a Democrat just to win the seat. Lied about his being a lawyer. Lied about being a lawyer. And it's just a laughing stock. And much like Autumn Leaves, who stalks the channel here, was a big supporter of the Majority Report. Mike from PA, before he outgrew them to become a parasite on Hassan Piker's bicep or whatever. So Ryan Grimm, somebody who supports the colonization of Greenland to save the white people of Ukraine. One issue is that Mamdani did not run on police reform and has no mandate on it. If anything, he ran away from it. Taking on the NYPD without having run on it would go about as well as you expect. Again, excuses for the police state and these National Socialist allegiance with it. Again, the database is part of reforming the police for sure. So Mike from PA, a sad excuse of a man, says Mayor-elect Mamdani announced today that he is disbanding the NYPD's Strategic Response Group, a major goal of the police reform movement in NYC. And I'm like, why the fuck are you lying, bro? Why do you need to lie? I said, Asman from PA, Zorha Mamdani, was asked twice if the Strategic Response Group was going away. Tell me where he confirms disbanding it, because he weasels out of a direct answer both times. So let's hear it out. In his own words, let's see what Mamdani has to say.
For a moment, the Strategic Response Group, is it going away, or was that a negotiation that she wanted to keep it?
No, I've made clear my concerns.
The question was, let me slow this down because I realized, oh no. The question is the Strategic Response Group going away? Or was that part of the negotiation with the Zionist commissioner that you kept on, Tish?
For a moment, the Strategic Response Group, is it going away, or was that a negotiation that she wanted to keep it?
No, I've made clear my concerns. I don't think that the NYPD Strategic Response Group should be how we respond to protests, and that's something that we'll be following through.
No, I made it clear. All right, he made it clear. So we're going to get a clear, direct answer. I don't think that the Strategic Response Group should be how we should be responding to protests. Okay, yeah, no. Okay, we can agree there. But like, are they gonna go away?
Is it going away, or was that a negotiation that she wanted to keep it?
No, I've made clear my concerns. I don't think that the NYPD Strategic Response Group should be how we respond to protests, and that's something that we'll be following through.
So it's going away.
We're going to have a different response, one that actually fulfills the objectives that we're talking about.
So it's gonna go away. We're gonna have a different response. Okay, but is it going away? We're gonna respond differently. No. I get that, but is it going away? Differently will be our response. Sad fuck.
A lot can be said about how Eric Adams, for a moment,
Here's the best part. Mike from PA says, I think you need to get some meds, man. Because these people are ableist. I mean, we saw Hassan Piker be homophobic yesterday. Mike from PA being ableist. Now, mind you, this photo of Mike from PA is a long while old. And even if you were to see this, it would make you uncomfortable, right? If we're being honest, this man looks like he should be on a watch list. This guy would come up to you as he just moved in and awkwardly say, look, it was a misunderstanding. Something happened a long time ago. But I'm cool. I'm safe. But you know, I just want to be part of the community. There's a lot of stigma, but it was a misunderstanding. You know, the judge did not hear me out. I did not know how old they were. This is the type of fucking person that you're just like, ugh. This motherfucker looks like the Jesus, the white version of the Jesus from The Big Lebowski. So, the ableist fuck says, because, you know, these people are eugenic supremacists over here. I think you need to take your meds, man. Does not address literally asking them, hey, yo, where does he say this? Where does he say this? To tell me that I need to take my meds when this motherfucker did this. I put, the unwashed colonizer is ableist. What a surprise. So what did you take to hide your violent incel tantrums? Because this is what happens when a woman rejects him. This is the healthy behavior of one of Hassan Piker's orbiters.
Oh my god. Yeah. It just feels good.
What did you just do?
Nothing.
Why is this couch now moved? Did you just hit the couch?
Let me just move the couch back. I just nudged it. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You don't think he's ever hit a woman before for daring to reject him?
Oh my god.
I mean, he did this violent outburst on screen while live streaming.
Oh my god.
That's who Mike from PA is, defending Zohar Mamdani, lying on his behalf. We'll do one more. We got one more. Where is it? We got one more here. Where is it? More creep stuff. I think it's up over here. Yep. Talking about the rent freeze, not this one. So here we go. We have the nurses that Mamdani was marching with being arrested outside Manhattan building after blocking entrance as this nurse strike continues. And look who happens to arrest them. NYPD Strategic Response Group. Fuck. He wasn't mayor-elect anymore. He was the mayor Mamdani. Hey, Mike from PA. What was that about Mamdani disbanding the Strategic Response Group? You were so confident you resorted to ableism. Now they're arresting the nurses he was marching with. Then again, you know, nothing but nonsense. Nothing but nonsense. It's fucking pathetic. That's Mike from PA, y'all. Pathetic colonizer at its finest. So again, Mayor Mamdani inched further away from his campaign promise to ban the NYPD gang database on Monday, suggesting he could be open to reforming the database as opposed to abolishing it altogether. Apparently, he has the same fucking sentiment towards the Strategic Response Unit. The mayor on the campaign trail called the database a vast dragnet and said his administration wouldn't use the database, but he has moderated that position since taking office. Quote, I've made my critiques of the database clear, and the NYPD has also implemented a number of reforms as per the recommendations that came through, Mamdani said. When we call these people national socialists, it's for a reason. Bernie Sanders led the National Socialist movement of the Democratic Party. That is what we call the left wing of the Democratic Party. It's a fucking poison pill. If we support this, what we're gonna get is possibly free buses. We're not getting free healthcare, but we're going to get free buses. Maybe. And in return, we're going to get the police state reformed, rainbowed, pink washed, DEI'd out, all that stuff. So you'll be represented. Don't worry. You're going to see somebody that looks like you, bash your head in. All because of Mamdani, AOC, and the DSA leading the charge. Mamdani said at the unrelated press conference on Monday, in the implementation of those reforms, the results that are part of the active discussion that we're having. The reforms he referred were announced in October 2025 and included changes such as notifying the parents and guardians of minors whose names are entered into the database of thousands of people suspected of being gang members. Don't worry. Before we put your child into the system to make sure that he could wind up in prison locked up for life, or at least run the fucking gambit, we're going to inform the parents. We're going to get parental notification, not consent. We're going to notify them. Hey, guess what? We're about to ruin your child's life. DSA, baby. We're fucked, bro. Though the mayor's criticism of the database continued after the report came out, the mayor has recently stood alongside Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, the Zionist princess heiress herself, as she has exalted the gang database in its help in preventing retaliation in situations involving gang violence. That point has been highlighted recently by the tragic death of a 7-month-old in Brooklyn. Now, my condolences to the family and to the 7-month-old. It's clear that what should have happened is that 7-month-old should have been in the gang database at least at 3 to 6 months old. This is how we could have prevented this. Quote, are we going to set up for retaliation? Yes. Tisch said of the possible fallout from the possibly gang-related shooting that left the little girl dead on Thursday. We will look at the gang database, and that will help our deployment to prevent things like retaliatory shootings. Mind you, they don't even fucking know if it's actually confirmed gang-related. But this is how propaganda works. Well, we're going to look into it. We're going to have to look into our database because it just might be. Oh, sorry. It just might be. Damn, getting riled up over here. Breaking shit. Put me in the gang database. I am clearly a danger. God damn. Again, highlighting possible gang-related shooting. Possible. You think that with the fucking database, you'd be able to confirm it. The database contains thousands of names, including those of minors that the police department suspect of being in a gang. The database has been criticized by civil rights groups and advocates as racially profiling young New Yorkers. What? Not racial profiling? No. No, Mamdani would not co-sign that. Mamdani would never do that. What? Mamdani's one of us. He's brown. Hell, I even heard he might be a Muslim. And not like an Obama Muslim, but like a real Muslim. Like he actually might be the real deal. So clearly, because, you know, as a New Yorker, he's been under the eye of the NYPD and the surveillance state, being a Muslim and all. Oh, wait, yeah, Jessica Tisch was somebody that was in the vanguard of spying, unconstitutionally spying on the Muslim community in New York. That's right. Oof. Never mind then. The database contains thousands of names, including those of minors that the police department suspects of being in a gang. The database has been criticized by civil rights groups and advocates as racially profiling the young New Yorkers and adding them to the list for things like a passing comment on social media. Oh, shit. What? No. Hold on. Media-san promised me that I can criticize my government, my state, without repercussions here in the great red, white, and blue brother. What the fuck? What do you mean I could end up in a database for things like a passing comment on social media? What is this, China? Where are we? In communist China, is the CCP gonna take me on my credit score? What is this, North Korea? What are we doing here, brother? What happened to our freedoms? What happened to the America promised to us by the founding fathers? God damn, bro. See, they won't really talk about this. The leftist mafia, the majority report, Hassan Piker, they're not really going to talk about this shit. They're going to sidestep it if they can. But I love when they do and we hear their pathetic fucking excuses to keep proximity to power. According to the police department, the database has helped go after violent gang members. Oh, bro, talk about burying the lead. You should have started with that. We all would have been, we all would have been on the NYPD side if we would have known that according to them, the database has helped go after violent gang members. Imagine the amount of 7-month-olds that would be scattered across the street of NYPD if it wasn't for this gang database. Did you think about that? Did you think about the children? No, wait, okay, but not the children in the database. Not those children. Those children are super predators. You know, those are fucking bred to attack. Not those children. No. The children that we need to pin gang violence on and use it as an excuse for a surveillance state. Those children, those are valuable children that we need to care about. Quote, I continue to have concerns about the vast dragnet. Okay, cool. Okay. I thought that he didn't have concerns anymore. Because, before being mayor, he had concerns. And now, as he's active mayor, he also has those concerns. Okay. But now he could do something about it. Okay, cool. Okay. I continue to have concerns about the vast dragnet and ways in which many New Yorkers are being put into that database. Here we go. Mamdani said in November, after the reforms had been announced. So hold on. He said this after the reforms were announced. So, okay, even if you're not going to abolish it, which you should, you made reforms, and even after those reforms, you're still like, yeah, I'm worried about this thing, man. I don't know. Seems pretty harsh. I don't know if this thing should be around. Motherfucker, who do you think you are? Because you're the fucking mayor. The city's Department of Investigation initially issued a report in 2023 that was a accumulation of a 5-year investigation into the database. The NYPD accepted over half of its 17 initial recommendations. In October, the DOI issued more recommendations in a new report and applauded the police department for making substantial improvements to its handling of the database. Oh, okay. So the database still exists, but how they go about handling it, has to be applauded because they changed. You see, they still have the keys to the surveillance kingdom, but they are practicing restraint. We have to admire that. That should be the focus, not abolishing, trusting the police to restrain themselves and to listen to recommendations. Put that on a fucking sign. Fucking checkmate, leftist. It's done. It's a wrap. Jesus. Tish and Mamdani also stand opposed on the NYPD's Strategic Response Group. You think I read this? You think I read this in advance? Tish and Mamdani also stand opposed on the NYPD Strategic Response Group, a controversial unit that Mamdani pledged to disband during the campaign. Love it. I fucking love it. Mamdani also pledged to keep the NYPD's headcount flat, while Tish has advocated for expanding it. Oh, this is how they get us. We have to be on the side and root and support the mayor that pledged to keep the NYPD's headcount flat. We're at fucking flat. We went from abolish to defund to flat the police. And it sounds more aggressive than what it is. Like flatten them out. Nope. Just keep it flat. Keep the head count flat. While Tish, God knows why she's there. God knows why you would keep her. Is going to get her way. It's going to get her way. NYU Tish. Yep. Zionist Zoo Tish. My gosh, bro. What the fuck? You've been condemned. You've been condemned. Yes. Me and Emma Villain. We can get brunch together. God damn. Ugh. They're rotten to the core. Yeah, they are. They truly are. Do me a favor, y'all. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. If you're sick and tired of the excuses for these national socialists, let's call them what they are, continuing to uplift, defend, and normalize the police state, do yourself a favor. Join the Patreon for $2. You get access to the Discord. Or Tish is going to haunt you in your fucking dreams. Super chats, super stickers are all appreciated and turned on. Thank you for supporting the channel. God damn, this is terrifying. Mitch McConnell, is that you? We're done with that. That shit's awful. Yeah, let's talk about healthcare. Or man, that's tragic. Okay. Where are we at? How are we doing on time? 3 hours? Fuck, bro. All right. Should we say this? It's a quick read. Fuck it. Okay. So, look, we're critical yesterday of Scheinbaum kind of doing this theatrics. This is something promising, having family over there. Hopefully, they'll be able to have access to free healthcare. Mexico's President Scheinbaum decrees universal healthcare for 120 million people. Hopefully this reaches safely the indigenous people within the Mexican territory. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum has issued a landmark decree to establish a universal health service, initiating a process to ensure all 120 million citizens can access any public medical institution. The first phase begins April 13th with the rollout of a new universal healthcare credential, starting with citizens age 85 and older. All right, that's a little... That's, I mean, sorry, 85. I mean, I guess you gotta, get there. But goddamn, were there 86-year-olds that weren't getting free healthcare in Mexico? Wow. All right, well, there you go. You gotta start somewhere, I suppose. I mean, we're over here increasing the age, This unified digital and physical platform aims to eventually streamline care across facilities like the Mexican Social Security Institute, the Institute for Social Security and Services for State Workers, and IMSS Bindstar. It's interesting. Never heard of that one.
El día de hoy estamos anunciando algo muy relevante.
Today we're announcing something revelatory.
Muy relevante.
Or very relevant, excuse me.
Va a salir un decreto presidencial en estos
There's going to be a presidential decree.
días, el día de hoy o mañana,
either today or tomorrow,
que crea el Servicio Universal de Salud en México.
That will create a universal service of health in Mexico.
Como ya explicó Eduardo, el Servicio Universal de Salud El objetivo es que cuando nosotros dejemos el gobierno,
as a previous speaker, Eduardo, announced that the goal for this essentially universal program, the service,
cualquier mexicano o mexicana pueda ir a atenderse de cualquier padecimiento.
So the goal would be that when we leave office, any and all Mexicans, if they have any ailments, can go receive healthcare or health services.
A cualquier institución de salud y pueda ser recibido.
So basically across any medical institution.
Que si se es derechohabiente del IMSS, se puede ir al ISSSTE o al IMSS Bienestar. Que si se es derechohabiente del IMSS Bienestar, pueda irse al IMSS o al ISSSTE.
And so then she's describing this, what was clarified over here about whether you go between these programs here. The IMSS, or she mentions another one, IMSS.
Que si se es derechohabiente del IMSS, se puede ir al ISSSTE o al IMSS.
Oh yeah, okay, so you go between the Mexican Social Security Institute, IMSS, IMSS, or the Institute for Social Security and Services for State Workers. Or am I fucking that up? Oh, okay, wait, hold on.
Derechohabiente del IMSS, se puede ir al ISSSTE o al IMSS.
Oh yeah, ISSSTE. That was right, okay.
IMSS Bienestar. Que si se es derechohabiente del IMSS Bienestar, pueda irse al IMSS o al ISSSTE. ¿Qué ventaja tiene esto?
What are the advantages that this has?
Eficientamos el sistema.
We make the system more efficient.
Si, por ejemplo, tenemos 10 tomógrafos en un
If, for example, we have 10
tomógrafos en un estado o 20 tomógrafos.
I actually don't know what the word tomógrafos is. Tomógrafos. The fuck? Why did I put Greek? Wow. What was the definition? Oh, CT scanner? Okay. You know what's funny? God damn. Should I have done that? Oh shit, why did I do that? What's funny is it literally sounds like toma, like to take, grafos, right? But anywho.
En un estado. Pero hay 15 que son del IMSS, en los hospitales del IMSS o en las unidades de medicina familiar del IMSS. Y el IMSS tiene la atención de la mitad de la población del estado y la otra mitad la tiene el IMSS Bienestar, o el 40% lo tiene el IMSS Bienestar y el 10% el ISSSTE. Y ellos solamente tienen 2 tomógrafos, pues entonces evidentemente va a haber una saturación de servicios en el IMSS Bienestar y en el ISSSTE, cuando en realidad a lo mejor no se usan todos los del IMSS.
So it gets a little confusing because she's giving this example, but she's basically saying vice versa, right? Whether it's this or that, whether they're at IMSS or ESTE, if there's 15 people that need, a CT scan, then, but you only have the tomógrafos, which is, the people that are able to take the scans. You only have 10 of them here. You're essentially leaving out 5 people. And those 5 people should be able to go to the other system, whether again it's the IMSS or the ESTE, to receive that treatment. Whereas before they were restricted to waiting until there was someone available to them. Now it's like, hey, you go ahead and find it somewhere else. It's available to you, have access to it. But the example she gave was a little confusing just because she's saying vice versa a lot, but she's defining each department. The plan marks a bold step towards Equitable healthcare access with the goal of allowing patients to seek treatment at any public hospital or clinic regardless of their specific employment-based enrollment. While registration begins this month, the full exchange of medical service between these institutions is slated to begin on January 1st, 2027. By integrating services through a digital system and unified medical records, the government intends to reduce bureaucratic hurdles and improve efficiency for millions who have long faced fragmented care options. I mean, bro, like, I can't even imagine Morena ever losing now. Like, it's wild. This is holy shit, man. However, the decree has sparked sharp criticism over its feasibility. Detractors, including opposition voices like Deputy Hector Jaime Ramirez Barbara, argues that the ambitious rollout lacks the necessary funding and infrastructure to support an influx of patients into already strained facilities. Without concrete plans for significant new hospital construction or massive increase in medical staff, critics warn the policy risks exacerbating overcrowding, potentially undermining the quality of care for those already in the system. I mean, this is the complaint crying reactionary bullshit that we hear about Canada. Sure, Canada works, but there's a lot of overflow in the. It's free, motherfucker. That being said, I do hope that there are significant new hospitals and medical institutions being built, constructed. That for sure needs to happen. Just for the people, just for their comfort. Public health experts have also pointed out that the absence of a detailed investment strategy could burden current users. Overcrowded hospitals and long wait times are already chronic issues. Critics fear the decree may intensify these challenges furthermore, while the administration is promoting a new AI-driven app. Oof, that's not good. For digital consultants, questions remain about accessibility for rural populations with limited internet resources. I mean, again, I started off saying I hope this is going to be accessible and considerate of indigenous populations, but rural ones as well, of course. The AI stuff, that's a worrisome for sure. Oh. The scale of the task is significant. Mexico's public healthcare system serves a vast majority of the population, with facilities often operating at capacity. The IMSS and ESTE combined cover tens of millions of workers, and merging access without expanding physical infrastructure could strain resources further. Again, you combat this criticism by investing in more medical institutions, more medical facilities. Build, baby, build. While the April 13th start date for credentialing, Jesus Christ, credentialing. While April 13th starts for, that's so fucking stupid, bro. Credentialing. While the April 13th start date for credentialing serves as a critical benchmark, the government has yet to release a full budgetary roadmap of addressing these capacity concerns. The policy's ultimate success will hinge on execution over the coming years, with a key indicator being whether patients' wait times and resource availability show measurable improvements as the 2027 service integration approaches. I mean, fuck, man. You have to go through this, though. That's the problem. You have to do it. And it definitely growing pains, and there's going to be a lot of mistakes and issues occurring. But you cannot allow that to stop you from trying to help people that have been marginalized and excluded from receiving medical care. However, the decree has sparked, we read that, sorry. So where are we? Chronic issues, fear decree. Okay. Oh, we're almost. Wait. Did I skip something? Okay, yeah. The digital platform, while innovative, also raises questions about accessibility for rural and low-income populations with limited internet or tech resources. Data from recent years underscores the scale of the task. Mexico's public healthcare system serves roughly 60% of the population, with facilities often operating at or beyond capacity. IMSS alone reported over 5 million affiliated users in 2025, while ESTE covers millions more, primarily government workers. Merging access without expanding physical infrastructure could strain these numbers further. I mean, the solution there is build. Sheinbaum's administration has yet to release detailed budgetary plans or timelines for addressing the capacity concerns. Though the April 13th start date looms as a critical benchmark, the government will need to balance the promise of universal access with the practical demands. Of the system already.
I'm afraid of like talking to people who are outside of my race.
Sheinbaum's administration has yet to release detailed budgetary plans or timelines for addressing capacity concerns. Though the April 13th start date looms as a critical benchmark, the government will need to balance the promise of universal access with the practical demands of a system already under pressure. As the policy success hinges on execution over the coming months, a key indicator will be whether patients' wait time at major facilities like IMS hospitals improve or worsen mid-2026. I feel like this article is a little repetitive for the purpose of fear-mongering. Very, subtle, I think, maybe not so much. A fear-mongering, what will be the reactionary talking points to combat this or to try to pull this back. Hopefully kill the baby in the crib, right? Before it actually gets a chance to expand nationally, that they could halt it. I mean, preferably with no change in the system, but at the very least with some limited change to that system. No, that was a somebody subscribed. I think this is melting. I think I can finally have this. I need to get better with my eating schedule. Only because yesterday I was gonna go train. I was like, all right, we're gonna go to it. We're gonna got the energy right mindset. And I ate this giant ass fucking burrito. I ate this giant fucking burrito and took the fattest fucking nap afterwards. That when I woke up, I had like 10 minutes to go change. To go train. And as I'm moving to get ready to change, I'm like, oh man, nope. I could barely fucking move around. There's no way I'm jumping. There's no way I'm fucking exerting energy that needs to be exerted. Damn, bro. I was annoyed at myself, but at the same time, like, oh, and what's cool is the spot that I went to, the cook, his friend is the basis for Caifanes. Crazy, huh? Wild. All right. Where are we at? Let's read this and then we'll wrap up. Yeah, we'll save this for tomorrow or some other time. I'm trying to see what's left to do. Okay. Just because we're on the Mexico beat. Where are we? Yeah, this is a short read. Actually, this is a bit longer. All right, we'll save this for tomorrow only because I already covered Mexico today. This has been lingering for a minute. Yeah, we got to do this. This is ridiculous. We'll wrap up with this. God damn. We'll wrap up with this. Man. 12 minutes of a nightmare. All right, all right. All right. So, I've been saying this for the last couple of days. It's been a revelation, something that makes sense to understand the rad lib mind. They do not compare themselves to the best. They do not compare themselves to revolutionaries, to radicals, to those that sacrifice their well-being, their safety, their lives to push the human fucking species forward, if we're being honest. They compare themselves to the worst, most despicable, reactionary, fascist, white supremacists so they could pat themselves in the back and they could applaud and glorify the opportunists that they push forward. And here's a prime example.
Please set the record straight on AOC. Anytime her name is mentioned, many chatters, both on YouTube and Twitch, call her a Zionist. Maybe you could just quickly tally all the evidence that she actually supports the claim that she's a Zionist. It's exhausting, and I know you can't fix the internet, but maybe you can get this community in alignment. Thank you. Yes.
Listen, the community is starting to notice that Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez is a bit of a liberal Zionist sellout. So, can you please shame them, ridicule them, put them down, target them so we can excise them from the community and protect our dearest reina herself, Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. Porfa, no? Like please, because it's getting really hard. My mental health is struggling reading these comments calling out AOC for being an opportunist, for aligning with Zionism. So can you please, Emma Vigeland, somebody that doesn't consider Bernie Sanders a Zionist, can you please straighten them out? That's what the fucking email is asking. The I am.
Yes. I'm quite convinced that that claims that AOC is actually a Zionist are artificially inflated by potentially kind of Zionist bots that.
Why the fuck would Zionist bots want to label Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez a Zionist? That would be too revealing. That would be too accurate. That would be too telling. That would let people know that, hey, even this Radlib, even this Sockdam, even this National Socialist, yeah, that our hero, the future of the Democratic Party, yeah, even they are aligned with the U.S. imperialism and the Zionist proxy. Why the fuck would they want that? They want you to think that a Zionist is foaming at the mouth talking about colonization. They don't want you to realize that Bernie Sanders is a Zionist through and through, which makes him a white supremacist. They don't want you to realize that Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez has been signaling to the U.S., to Zionists, that she's down to play ball, that she's unprincipled, that she doesn't give a damn about Palestinians and the colonization of Palestine through and through. They don't want you to realize that. They want to paint her as the most extreme pro-Palestinian voice in politics, so that anything beyond her is seen as anti-Semitic, as radical, perhaps even fundamentalist Islamic terrorism or whatever the fuck, man. What is this nonsense conspiracy theory? Actually, the Zionists calling her a Zionist
are artificially inflated by potentially kind of Zionist bots that want to discredit her. you know, she had that vote where she was against Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment. Then she ended up, which I disagree with. I think she should have signed off on
and her
that.
reasoning in particular was problematic.
Right. But
so they acknowledged that not only should she have signed off on it, but worse, her reasoning, not just her vote, not just her position, but the ideology was problematic. In other words, she believes this shit to her core.
But she's course corrected.
Yes.
And
the ceasefire thing at the convention was a problem too. But those are the two major planks, which even like, you know, Ilhan Omar and Rashid Tlaib had a problem with her talking about working tirelessly for a ceasefire. Those are it. And if you look at
those are it. Those are it. Mind you, what they're referring to is Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez lying at the DNC on behalf of Genocide Joe and Holocaust Harris to normalize and prolong the genocide of Palestinians through the Zionist proxy. She lied. She proactively lied and said that they were working tirelessly for a ceasefire. In fact, her lie was so abhorrent and disgusting that the Majority Report, watching that live, had to rebuke her for it. Let's watch that real quick, just to refresh your memories. There's a reason why I always put this back up, because it stays relevant. Let's see here. AOC. Okay, yeah, this is what we're going to do. Do I have one where it's all three? Because that'd be nice. I do not. That's unfortunate. I got to put that out there. All right, but it's fine. We're close enough. This is what they're referring to, by the way. In case y'all forgot.
And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
And you see her lie. Look at her. Look at her. She's like, yep. Soulless fucking eyes. Soulless fucking eyes. Sold that shit for power, influence, and a whole lot of money.
Ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
Disgusting, bro. Absolutely disgusting, abhorrent. How can you ever trust this person again? She has told you who she is. And look at her face. She's like, yup. I'm a soulless fucking creature aiding and abetting genocide. Yup. Applaud me. Believe me. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to serve empire. I'm here to be the cute face for it. And I mention cute because we always talk about how beauty is a huge fucking play here. It's a huge fucking play. Whoever we find attractive, we immediately start trusting. We're still fucking animals. And that's who they use against us. Trump is a little bit more brazen about it. He's like, nope, I want people that look like they're straight from the casting fucking Hollywood bullshit. Casting call, right? Well, come on now. So here she is lying, protecting a genocide. Okay, what's next? This is the reaction of the Majority Report in response to this.
Humanity. Talking about the shared humanity, I would have much preferred for her to do that than to not be, than to repeat the Biden administration line about the ceasefire.
That line.
So mind you, let me see if I can find the actual video, because this would be funny as fuck if I could find. This is a little sped up. What is it? Disappointing. DNC's disappointing ceasefire rhetoric. I misspelled everything there. Oh, here you go.
Well, he's not doing it. He's lying about doing it.
Yeah.
Obviously, just a Blinken's an evil.
Rights as she is to
Blinken. There's different expectations. That was better, and they didn't. This ABC feed didn't show it, but
then lie.
Then to not who knows? But when Harrison Walls stood up, whatever. This is talking about the shared humanity. I would.
All right, here we go. Talking about the shared humanity. Let's hear the criticism of Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez.
Would have much preferred for her to do that.
Then lie.
Than to not be. Then to repeat.
She is so pathetic. Emma Vigeland is so fucking pathetic and wanting access to the DNC, to Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, that she can't even say that she lied. Listen again. It's Matt Leck that says the word lie.
I just talking about the shared humanity, I would have much preferred for her to do that.
Then lie.
Than to not be.
She was going to say, then to not be truthful. Instead of saying lie, to not be truthful. She's so fucking pathetic. She is so fucking spineless. There's a reason why Emma Vigeland sided with Cenk Uygur against the workers trying to unionize at TYT. Her one chance to prove that she was willing to align with the working class, she sided with her boss because she's a fucking careerist. She cares more about fucking sports than actual working class people. She has proven that time and time again. She didn't lie. She just didn't tell the truth. All right, buddy.
But I just talking about the shared humanity, I would have much preferred for her to do that.
Then lie.
Than to not be. Than to repeat the Biden administration line about the ceasefire.
But that line too, in particular, working tirelessly, is literally the exact words that Harry.
Literally, word for fucking word, what Holocaust Harris was pushing. What more do you need Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez to do to let you know that she will do as she's fucking told? She will say what she needs to say for her fucking career. What more do you need? We're talking about a genocide, and you still support the Democratic Party. How many genocides can they commit? Or it's about who they committed to, Sam. Because when they're predominantly brown Muslim Palestinians, you can wave that shit off. What if they were Europeans? What then?
Harris uses every time she's confronted with this, and it is
and Biden too.
And it's the thing is that there is a even if
spit it out, man.
I was to accept that premise, there is a willful refusal to use the leverage that would make it a lot less tiring. I mean, yes. You can. The bottom line is, it's one thing to say, like, we're working this, right. In the most inefficient and most ineffective way possible, but we're doing it a lot.
We're going up a hill on a bike and we're using the first gear. Why don't you just switch to the higher gear?
Why? Why? It's almost like you want the empire to slaughter Palestinians. It's almost like empire requires the slaughter of indigenous people to take their resources and land. But why? Holy fucking shit. How uneducated are these people? This is their livelihood. This is what they get paid to cover. God, I wonder why. I wonder why. Who knows? Oh, I hate them so much.
With the break, too.
Right. And she also centered the hostages. Again, this is just copy and paste, as opposed to like the.
So they recognize that this is copy and paste from Holocaust Harris and Genocide Joe. And still is not enough evidence to let them know that Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez is just an opportunist, unprincipled opportunist.
Reality of what the Israeli government is doing, which is sacrificing the hostages for genocide. And I'm shocked to see when she came on the House floor a few months ago and said this is genocide and had strong language. This is a very different tactic that she's taking, and they kept cutting to Kathy Hochul in the middle of her speech. Maybe she wants to run for governor. Maybe she wants to take Schumer's seat. But I think that we're at a point now where we should be.
Do you see what I mean? They don't give a fuck about Palestinians. It's all politicking for them. It's a sport for them. Well, you know, the cameraman was cutting off and who knows, maybe that's foreshadowing the future of the. It's like a fucking TV show for them. That's why they're horrible at their fucking job. But for liberals, this shit's entertaining. Our suffering, the suffering of others, is entertainment. Like, I've never seen the show The West Wing, but you can tell these people kind of like grew up with it and adore it. What the fuck does the camera cutting to whoever the shit when she's lying about a genocide? How does that fucking matter or justify or signal anything? God damn, bro.
Observing the fact that she's making some moves away from the left when she first got elected in 2018.
So acknowledging she's moving away from the left. And mind you, this is the rad-lib white left that she's talking about. So center right at best. And Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez is moving away from that.
Indicator of that is saying middle class when working class should be the term that a socialist selected.
I noticed that as well. I caught that too. You and me, we're basically Martin Angles. We both caught that. Yeah. Can you believe that somebody in the Democratic Party wasn't supporting the working class and centering them?
Uses. So, you know, she's making a pivot.
Say it a good amount in the speech working class, but that's the Harris.
I would remove middle class from my vocabulary, but you know, she's
fucking revolutionary Matt Leck. Wow.
She's on a different trajectory right now, and good luck.
Yeah.
All right.
In case you missed it, he says she's in a different trajectory now. Good luck. Basically slamming the door, right? Don't let the door hit you in the face on your way out, sweetie. You know, that's the type of energy that he gave. Co-signed by Emma Vigeland, right?
Speech working class, but that's the Harris.
I would remove middle class from my vocabulary, but you know, she's on a different trajectory right now, and good luck.
Yeah.
All right, and we're gonna take a quick break, and when we
so it wraps up, conversation ends, topic ends. They're all agreeing. Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez, fucking sellout, una pinche vendida. Cool. Awesome. I wonder how they're gonna talk to her, engage with her.
Right. And part of why, you know, I was excited about the prospect of you winning that position to be the top Democrat on oversight was because of the fact that you could communicate that kind of thing with a really large megaphone. And I think part of maybe I saw what you did with your followers after the election, some of the voters who voted for you and Trump. Mm-hmm. And, you know, Trump's style of tweeting or truthing or whatever, he's lying all the time, but it at least simulates a level of responsiveness to the public. Yes. So my question is just like, do you think that the Democrats' message on Trump's threat to democracy was undercut by the fact that an overwhelming number of Americans thought that Biden was too old to run for a second term, and yet there was no real primary process anyway? So like, I guess in other words, do you think that the Democrats need to build back more trust and legitimacy with their base, democratic legitimacy,
trust with their base
by showing more responsiveness?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a big part of what our case was as well. You know, I think it's interesting because a lot of people kind of talk about the gerontocracy of the Democratic Party.
Bro, two things. This is following her lie, her genocidal lie at the DNC convention. Does not get brought up. She does not get pushed or questioned on it whatsoever. After all three of them, Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, all agreed that she lied and repeated the Holocaust Harris Genocide Joe line. Never bring it up to her. To make shit worse, Emma Vigeland is saying, oh, I wish you would have won the oversight committee chair. We really need you up there. We've been over this time and time again. Let's see. It's so hard to find. I don't know why. Let's try again. AOC. Oh, that's right. We had to fucking look through AI. Nope. This was after the fact. Give me 1 sec to find it. My apologies. Maybe there, maybe here. Damn, bro. I thought I had it locked in now. I am gonna have to edit this part out. Who remembers that, chat? I think Axios also did it, or Yahoo. Where AOC oversight. So not political. Let's see. Signals. Or challengers. Here we go. All right. So Emma Viglin's like, oh, I wish I would have won that chair. Immediately in the beginning of this. That's how uneducated these people are. This is their jobs.
Right. And part of why, I was excited about the prospect of you winning that position to be the top Democrat on oversight was because of
the top Democrat in oversight. You know what she was willing to give up for it? New York Rep Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez was shocked. Excuse me. Here's what she was willing to give up for that. According to a report in Politico, citing three people familiar with the conversation, AOC has privately told elected Democrats she may not back future primary challenges to her incumbent colleagues. Since her election, AOC has been affiliated with the informal left-wing House group known as the Squad, whose members, Presley, Bowman, and Bush, were all elected to office after unseating incumbents in primary challenges. Let's see. Did I like this one? No, I like this other article better. Short and sweet. Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez privately signaled to Democrats that she might no longer back congressional primary challenges to her colleagues, according to three people familiar with her remarks. The question had been raised when the New York progressive made her case in a steering and policy committee meeting for why she should be the top Democrat on the oversight committee. It would mark a departure for the outspoken progressive who came to Congress by primarying a Democratic leader and has backed challenges to others sitting lawmakers since then. Never did the majority report mention this or criticize her on it. Instead, they praised her.
position to be the top Democrat on oversight was
even though she was willing to pull up the ladder behind her and abandon the movement of reforming the Democratic Party from within. There's another one here. Here it is. I think it's this one.
If you're under the age of 40, what's going on in Israel is in Palestine and Gaza in particular, obviously, and the West Bank for that matter, is very different from your perception if you're over the age of 40 because of where you get your media.
Mm-hmm.
So they do bring up Gaza. They do bring up Palestine. They do bring up the Zionist entity. They never bring up that she lied on behalf of Holocaust Harris and Genocide Joe for the Zionist proxies' genocide of Palestinians. Despite how critical they were of her. Despite how honest they were when she wasn't around. all this to come back to this bullshit.
Convention was a problem too, but those are the two major planks, which even like, you know, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib had a problem with her talking about working tirelessly for a ceasefire. Those are it. And if you look at her record, she is like top 5.
Top 5, top 6, exactly. There were only 5 other members of Congress who signed on to that Marjorie Taylor Greene Iron Dome proposal, and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did not have a good working relationship. I don't think that is
Sandy,
crazy to say.
Sandy. Why the fuck would that matter? Why would their personal petty ass fucking drama, performative shit matter when it comes to at least pushing back, giving arms, giving weapons, defensive, whatever the fuck, to the Zionist entity while they commit a genocide? Why would that be something admirable to mention about Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez? You're basically saying, oh yeah, her personal vendettas, her personal issues with other people will come before ending a genocide or helping to at least alleviate a genocide.
Are you in there, Sandy?
So, I mean, like, it's just totally overblown. There were only 3 other Democrats. I actually wrote this down the other day just to have it handy.
She calls it totally overblown.
That supported Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment. It was Summer Lee, it was Ilhan Omar, and Rashida Tlaib. And those are some incredible Democrats.
And why wasn't Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez part of that? And you know what that reminds me of? When those individuals protested, showed up against Benjamin Netanyahu, you know who wasn't there? Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. Y'all forgot about that? Because I don't forget about this shit. Let's see. Maybe the squad protests Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin. I know he came to speak, and I think they were wearing all white. Maybe if I type, maybe if I type in Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, here we go. So here she is by herself, but I think you're going to see the squad later on around her. So-called squad. Was it this one?
I'm the only Palestinian American serving in Congress, Mr. Chair, and my perspective is needed here now more than ever. The refusal of Congress and the administration to acknowledge Palestinian lives is chipping away at my soul. Over 10,000 Palestinians have been killed. Majority were children. But let me, and net separate people have to say
AOC
this.
was not here.
Are human beings like anyone else, and human.
She should have ran for president. Rashida Tlaib during this time. And truly challenged the Democratic Party. It's genocide against her people. I know there was another photo, another moment. I won't find it right here. My apologies, y'all. Oh, here it is. Look, I'm not a liar. Did I not tell y'all this happened? I don't need to lie. You know who wasn't there alongside them? Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. You think that's just by coincidence? You don't find that fucking suspicious while she's cozying up? She has been with her Theo Bernie Sanders, who was a lifelong Zionist. Come on now. Jesus, bro.
And those are some incredible Democrats. I think AOC's right up there with them, but if you want...
She literally was not. She quite literally, physically, was not right up there with them. Literally was not right up there with them. What are you talking about, man? What are you even fucking saying? Even here. Even here.
I'm the only Palestinian American.
She wasn't up there with them. What are we doing here? What's with the lying?
I want to say she's not as good on this issue as those three Democrats. I think you can make a case.
And you know how they minimize on this issue? On fucking genocide. On the colonization of Palestine. On the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank. Oh yeah, this one issue. Yeah, it's just this one issue.
That's basically it. The other, and sorry, Al Green actually supported it too. But, you know, obviously Al Green is older and Thomas Massie was the only Republican to join on. Now, you know, AOC called Israel's genocide a genocide in March 2024. Marjorie Taylor Greene, it took her over a year later on.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Who is talking about MGT who isn't, like, bro, isn't even in fucking office anymore? What are we doing here?
2024, Marjorie Taylor Greene, it took her over a year later on. I'm just making this comparison because there are people online who like to pit women against one another, but also because Marjorie Taylor Greene is trying to elevate herself as some sort of principled anti-Zionist.
And she's not in Congress anymore, so who cares?
Right.
So who cares? Why are you bringing her up? Oh, some people online like to pit women against women. Nobody was doing that until you just fucking did it. But again, it's white feminism. They use that shit. They use their identity in order to protect atrocities. They've always done that. White feminism was built for that shit because they want equality with white men, not with you and me. Not with my brown ass, not with your brown ass, whether you're man, woman, queer, does not matter. Does not matter. Non-binary does not matter. All white feminism wants is equality with white men. So they can weaponize it. They weaponize feminism to protect white supremacy.
It'd be nice if she was still in Congress taking some good votes like AOC is doing.
And when you look back, I saw someone retweet a tweet of hers from 2021, AOC's, saying that you can't be a democracy and be in an apartheid state. Before October 7th, all of this, she was in favor of Palestinian rights. She is one of the...
Again, Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, Matt Lake are liberal Zionists because what they advocate for, the liberalization of Zionism. Quite literally, they want Palestinians to have civil rights on their own land under Zionist occupation. They want the Palestinian indigenous people to go through what the natives here have gone through and are going through. That's what they want. That's what they see as progress because it benefits them as colonizers. So apartheid to them is the end all be all, when in reality, it's simply a tool of settler colonialism. But you can't address that Because then that's a white genocide. What's going to happen to all the colonizers like me? Can't have that. This is the worst person to ask their opinion about whether or not Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez is aligning with Zionism. Worst fucking person, and here's why. Let's pull it up. Let's go to the favorite fucking clips. You already know. This might get annoying. This might get annoying to go, over and over this. But here's the thing. We cannot allow these people to ever forget that they align with the Zionist project. We cannot allow them. We simply cannot.
Yeah, I mean, when people ask the question, does Israel have the right to exist? Of course it does. Of course people in Israel have the right to safety. Of course, because it does exist and because people live there. That's why they have the right. Because saying that it doesn't exist would mean expelling, 9 million Israelis that live there? No. The point, though, is that does it have the right to exist in a way that is a permanent apartheid state and an occupation where there's 2.4 million people plus that have no rights, don't have rights of movement, don't have rights to drive on certain roads, only Israelis have that right, don't have rights over their water supply, over their electricity, over their futures. And I mean, no, Israel does have a right to exist and should exist because it does. But
don't you love that circular logic of a colonizer? Israel has a right to exist because it does exist, so it should exist. I'm more concerned with the safety and well-being of colonizers, 9 million of them, all colonizers, than she is about Palestinians. Because she relates and associates and can sympathize with the colonizer easier. And if something were to happen to the settler colonial Zionist project, God forbid, the indigenous people here, broadly speaking, on Turtle Island, might get some ideas. And now it's Emma Vigeland that might be hiding in a bunker. Can't have that.
But it needs to also include the rights of Palestinians. That is the central question here. And so when people ask that question, oftentimes they're asking, does it have the right to exist in an exclusionary way? And I would say that is a violation of international law in the way that it has been conducting its business.
So she has to reframe the question of whether or not the Zionist entity has a right to exist, aka to colonize Palestine, to whether or not it should exist as an apartheid state. And notice how she says Palestinians have to have rights within Zionism, within the Zionist project.
Futures, and I mean, no, Israel does have a right to exist and should exist because it does. But it needs to also include the rights of Palestinians. No, Israel does have a right to exist and should exist because it does. But it needs to also include the rights of Palestinians. Futures, and
she literally says Israel has a right to exist and it should exist, but it should include the rights of Palestinians. In other words, the settler colonial project that is subjugating, colonizing, oppressing, exterminating, and ethnically cleansing Palestinians should grant them equal rights. She wants America 2.0.
And I mean, no, Israel does have a right to exist and should exist because it does. But it needs to also include the rights of Palestinians.
What a disgusting fucking person. This is who they're asking. Man. To tell us why Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez is not a liberal Zionist sellout.
The strongest voices on that front. And it's a difficult distinction to make right now because everybody is just so starved for honesty on the issue of Israel. But it's really important that we elevate voices that have a principle in universal human rights versus nationalism, which cannot adequately confront Zionism, which is a nationalist ideology. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a Christian nationalist. Tucker Carlson.
Why the fuck are we still talking about her? Why are we now suddenly talking about Tucker Carlson? I thought we were talking about AOC. Why do you need to bring up these people? Again, liberals, rad libs, sock dems, national socialists. What they need to do is compare themselves to the worst fucking people so they can sell you the idea that they're the good guys. Because apparently being the lesser of two evils makes you the fucking hero of the story.
Is a white nationalist, Christian nationalist, what have you. It's useful right now and important that we have bipartisan outrage about the crimes that Israel has committed. But if we're going to talk about a durable political ideology, it's one that's based in universal human rights and not in nationalism and America first stuff. Because everything you're going to get, perhaps you'll get anti-Zionism from that side for a second, but you're also going to get abuse of immigrants on the streets, a police state here at home. They're more than they're very happily in favor of that.
They support Orban.
And as we've spoken about,
what the fuck does that have to do with AOC?
ICE is an outgrowth of the war on terror. Yeah. They are trying to skirt responsibility for U.S. imperialism and the war machine by purely blaming Israel. But they will not confront the underpinnings of that war machine, of our imperialism, which includes the infrastructure that came out of the Iraq war, and that is ICE and domestic militarization of immigration enforcement and treating people outside of our borders as this massive security issue. In fact, they are...
She's rambling about fucking nothing right now. What is she saying that is on topic of Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez and her allegiance to Zionism? What is she saying? How is this relevant to what Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez has been doing? And it's hilarious because, like, oh yeah, Tucker Carlson and MGT, who gives a fuck about them? But they want to address, and these reactionaries want to address the real issues. You won't address settler colonialism. You won't address settler colonialism. You're not very different from them. You're not very different. And when shit hits the fan, Kwame Ture told us that liberals like you will align with them every single fucking time.
Deeply in favor of that. So it's important to point out that, yeah, their criticisms of Israel right now, yes, are welcome. But when you take it a step further, they are trying to wash our hands clean of the monster that we have created in the Middle East and all of the branches that come from that don't just include Israel. I mean, where is Marjorie Taylor Greene on Cuba?
Who is talking about her? She's not even a politician anymore. Who gives a fuck what she thinks about Cuba? All this is just vapping, just rambling to mislead her audience. They hear enough buzzwords. Oh yeah, she's right about this. Oh yeah, that makes sense. And they forget what the topic is. Bro. It is so ridiculous and pathetic. It is so ridiculous and pathetic.
Starving Cuba right now, where the blockade means that babies are in danger of dying in incubators because Trump is beholden to a constituency of far-right Cuban diaspora, and that's the other thing. Part of why it's important to point this out about AOC is it's a question.
Okay, good. Oh, fucking thank God we got back to AOC. I'm so sorry. We got lost on MGT and Tucker Carlson. None who are in office right now, but cool. Yeah. Okay. Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. Cool. Yeah.
Of political constituencies and who was responsive. AOC did correct the record on this, and I'm through DSA, and DSA just endorsed her overwhelmingly because she said that she's also in favor of blocking funding now to the Iron Dome.
And won't make a distinction between offensive and defensive weapons on that regard.
And says...
Yeah. That's great and all. I love how she waited until after the Biden-Harris regime. I love that she waited until it was irrelevant, where she no longer had as much power. So now she's doing it under Trump as she's preparing potentially for her ascendance. Again, careerism. You don't believe me, bro? She wouldn't even call it a genocide when everyone agreed that it was. You know what she did? She said that word, the G word, that word. Again, another classic clip
Some of your colleagues, and we talked about what's happened at the protests this week, have called the president Genocide Joe.
They were already plastering this all over the place. That's how bad it was. That's how bad things were. That's how we all already knew what it was, a genocide. And here, AOC refuses to call it one because she wasn't given the okay yet.
Do you agree with that word, genocide, that the president's been supporting a genocide, or does that go too far?
Very simple question. Let's see what she has to say. Let's see how she answers directly, whether or not Joe Biden has been supporting a genocide.
I think what we are seeing right now throughout the country is that young people are appalled at the violence and the indiscriminate loss of life. The fact that this word is even in play.
This word? I mean, you could just say genocide. What do you mean this word? That's weird. I'm sure it won't happen again. She'll definitely say genocide next. It was just she's repeating what she heard, and then she'll say genocide moving over. Yeah.
The fact that this word is even in our discourse, I think demonstrates the mass inhumanity that Gazans are facing. And so whether you are an individual...
So she calls it a mass inhumanity, but not a genocide.
...that believes this is a genocide, which, by the way, in our polling, we are seeing large amounts of Americans concerned specifically with that word.
Third time, that word. And when she did say genocide, she's like, whether or not you believe, whether or not you're an individual that believes it's a genocide. They asked her, what is your fucking position? What is your opinion? How do you feel about it?
So I don't think that it is something to completely toss someone out of our public discourse for using.
How brave. She doesn't think you should be kicked out of public discourse for using that. You know what it took for her to finally feel the pressure to ask Genocide Joe? To finally be able to say the word genocide? Let's see if we can find it. Here it is.
You refuse to call it a genocide in front of everyone.
I need you to understand that this is not.
It's not okay that there's a genocide happening. You're not actively against it.
You're lying.
I'm lying.
You're not.
You went on TV and avoided talking about it.
You just now act. You can't say it's a genocide or what you're just acting for political case. You can't call it a genocide. Then how do you say it? We're not lying.
We're not lying.
You've been cited in interviews. It's insane.
They're literally referencing the interview that we just saw. You won't call it a genocide. What is wrong with you? And she's getting in their faces, trying to threaten them, trying to harass them, turning the tables around, right? Be like, you're lying. What you're going to do is you're going to edit this. You're going to edit this. Who do you think you're helping? Watch fucking classic video.
You haven't been calling it a genocide. Don't tell me I'm lying. Then just say it's a genocide. Just say it.
That simple, right, Emma? That simple. Just say it's a genocide.
Over 30,000 people are dead, AOC. You can't just say it for once.
The approximate and undercounting was already 30,000 lives exterminated by the Zionist entity.
Just say the word. That's it. That's all we want you to say. Or you're not angry about people confronting you in public when you can't call it genocide. Over 30,000 people have died.
Stop. Okay? Stop.
That's her husband saying, stop, stop.
Stop. Okay? Stop. Stop.
We're not doing anything. We're just talking to an elected public official. That's all we're doing. That's it.
You're going to cut it, and you're going to cut this, and you're going to clip this so that it's completely out of context.
What a fucking victim. How is this out of context? They're simply asking you to call it a genocide. And you're refusing to do so. And you're painting yourself the victim.
I already said that it was.
I already said that it was. It's strange that in this whole interaction, she does not say the word genocide. She just says, I have called it that. You're lying. I already said that it was. That what was? She can't even say the word genocide, much less call it a genocide.
This so that it's completely out of context. I already said that it was, and y'all are just gonna pretend that it wasn't over and over again. It's up, man. And you're not helping these people, and you're not helping them.
You refuse to.
You're not helping them.
Ooh, she cursed. She's real upset. Fucking disgusting, spineless individual. And of course, Emma Vigeland. I mean, I think she has this delusion that she's going to be able to be like her spokesperson if AOC ever runs for president, or when she does. She's like, maybe I'll be her comms director, her press secretary. Maybe I won't be the fucking loser in my family. Emma Vigeland's parents are both lawyers. Her sister's a lawyer. These are corporate fucking lawyers, high paid lawyers. You know what Emma Vigeland is? A glorified streamer, bro.
Not helping them.
You're not helping them, Emma.
Is that Israel can fund its own Iron Dome, which I think is fine political framing on this front.
Oh shit, I forgot. Holy shit, they're defending this god-awful position that, hey, Israel can pay for it itself. The Iron Dome, that is.
Because she said that she's also in favor of blocking funding now to the Iron Dome.
And won't make a distinction between offensive and defensive weapons on
right.
that regard.
And says that Israel can fund its own Iron Dome, which I think is fine political framing on this front.
It's fine.
The reason that she has been put in the position to clarify that is...
Oh, to clarify that, you mean to switch up because the political pressure was too much? Wow.
Because of the anti-war constituency and, well, really DSA for her, but it's always been on the left. The anti-war movement has always been on the left disproportionately. The constituencies have been on the left. That's why people are like, what do you not like criticize Trump for his Gaza policies, which by the way we do. That's just like made up by blue anon people. But why we were screaming from the rooftops in particular with Joe Biden is because we're supposed to be a part of your political constituency. And politicians, there's an over focus on their celebrity and their individual character. And with AOC, there's a lot of extremely bizarre psychosexual stuff.
What the fuck? What the I mean, that might be true. What does it have to do with the topic of the genocide of Palestinians by the Zionist proxy? What is the psychosexual stuff? I mean, look, reactionaries for sure sexualize her. We talk about that aspect of it. She's a brown woman. Black women experience it as well. That is true. We're not talking about reactionaries criticizing, sexualizing AOC. We're talking about anti-war, anti-Zionist, anti-genocide, pro-Palestinian critics of Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez and her long consistent allegiance with liberal Zionism, mainly represented through her Theo Bernie Sanders. So again, why bring this shit up? Nobody criticizing her about her Zionism that's on the left, socialist, communist, anarchist, because we're not afraid to identify ourselves, is being psychosexual with Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. In fact, one of the reasons why she is so prominent and so defended is because the weaponization of beauty. That is aiding and helping her when it comes to the so-called left, rad libs, liberals, sock dems, national socialists, this type of populist opportunist.
And weirdness about her, and that comes with being a female candidate, and it comes with being an attractive woman. So that's part of it. And of course, there's like fetishization of her based on race and stuff like that. But
bro, why are you doubling down on this? When, I mean, yes, reactionaries do this. Man, I'm Like, I'm baffled, bro. I'm baffled right now. Fucking it. All right. Sure.
She has shown responsiveness to the exact constituencies that she would need to have credibility on this issue, and I just think it's kind of open and shut.
It's open and shut. She has credibility on this issue now. She's credible. Credibility, boom, granted. Open and shut. What, bro? It is astonishing. And she's defending Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez a walk back, because that's what it was. It was a walk back saying she wouldn't fund the Zionist entity either with offensive or defensive weapons anymore. And the excuse was, oh, no. We can still sell them weapons, though. We won't fund them, but they can still buy it from us. How brave. How brave. Y'all remember that? What was that? No, let's just search AOC then, because I'm probably not going to have it here. Literally her own words, her own statement. Here's what she had to say. This is what Emma Vigeland's defending. The Israeli government is well able to defend the Iron Dome system. Excuse me. The Israeli government is well able to fund the Iron Dome system, which has proven critical to keep innocent civilians safe from rocket attacks and bombardments. Again, oh, we don't need to fund them. They got it now. We'll still sell them weapons, but it's fine. They can afford to buy weapons somewhere else. It's cool. We won't sanction them. We won't embargo them. That's fine. It's fine. They'll figure it out. To do what? To keep innocent civilians safe. There is no such thing.
Harris, you got a problem?
There is no such thing as an innocent colonizer. No such thing. Consistent with my voting record to date, I will not support Congress sending more taxpayer dollars and military aid to a government that consistently ignores international law and U.S. law. Netanyahu's allies in the Knesset, again, just like her Theo Bernie Sanders, centering Benjamin Netanyahu as the boogeyman, as if it's not the Zionist project itself from its core, from its origins. That's the issue. Approved a $45 billion defense budget, and the prime minister himself also asserted his interest in withdrawing from the MOU with the United States in January. It is fully within their ability to fund Iron Dome and other defensive systems. Still calling it a defensive system. Excuse me, Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, what exactly is the Iron Dome defending? And who are they defending themselves from? They're defending the Zionist colonization of Palestine, and they're defending themselves from the indigenous Palestinian people resisting. Damn, bro. Our allies who need our military aid must understand that we will provide it consistent with the Leahy Amendment and the Foreign Assistance Act. Bro, I've been hearing about the fucking Leahy Amendment for years. It's done nothing, bro. It's another fucking shield. This is what they're defending over there. These people are fucking despicable.
To the sort of online stuff. I mean, you get like, I think I would call them Green Party dead enders who need this to not actually work, to need this to be a waste of time because they're actually not showing anything that's worth an effort. Whereas like this is actual leadership. AOC coming out and saying this at a DSA convention, or in the run up to a DSA endorsement fight. It binds her destiny closer to the DSAs and DSAs close to her, which I think is a good thing because I think there was some a little bit of slippage there.
Wow, where to start? Where to start with this? Let's just give him the spotlight. Jeez. Bro. Give it up, homie. It's okay. I'm sure you'll look great. Give it up, Vato. Oh my gosh. God damn. What in the Tim Burton is happening here? Ryan Graham, is this your child? Wow. Holy shit. I mean, you kept a portion of it. I see what you were going for. Wow. Oh no, 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 no. My boy is cosplaying as the man himself, the bad man himself, Vegeta, bro. My bad. My bad. Holy shit. Hey, yo. Spencer. Bro. Cosplaying at work? You're a real fucking fan, bro. I respect. You know what, Matt Leck? I take everything back, homie. You're a real bro. Oh my gosh, bro. I can't believe I didn't recognize it. Why would it take me so long? What the? Wow. Look at this. How did I miss it? Bro, you're a badass. You are the coolest fucking political commentator around. Your devotion to Dragon Ball Z is legendary. Wow. Can I nominate him? Can I? Coolest white boy 2026? God damn. Matt Leck. The destiny of the DSA and Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez are forever united. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, now I need to go back because now I'm completely lost. I need to go back a little bit. I'm lost. Jesus.
Constituency
to party dead the sort of online stuff. I mean, you get like, I think I would call them Green Party dead enders who
Green Party dead enders. Mind you, I've literally started the stream criticizing Butch Ware. Dr. Butch Ware. I don't think I've ever voted Green Party in my life. Never had the chance to. I don't know if I would. But here's the thing. Here's the issue. Oh no. Here's my concern. To say Green Party dead enders have nothing to offer. First of all, your favorite over here, Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, the Green New Deal, that was the Green Party. So you're fucking welcome. Two, if you're over here calling the Green Party as dead enders, Green Party dead enders, while you're in support and devotion to a Democratic Party genociders, as in they commit fucking genocides, is unshaken. Your devotion, your resolve, your commitment to them has not faltered, even in the face of a genocide. So while you think that you can wag your finger at Green Party voters as if somehow them voting for Democrats would have changed anything, is pathetic and disingenuous, especially when the Democratic Party's main focus is keeping third parties to their left off ballots, whether it's the Green Party, the PSL, you name it, independents. Their goal is to remove them from the ballot undemocratically. That's who you're defending. One genocide was not enough for Matt Leck over here. So I ask him, how many genocides is enough for you to abandon the Democratic Party? Or you know, something about Palestinians, they're a little too brown, a little too Muslim for you, Matt Leck. They're European Christians, things would be different. I don't know, Matt Leck. Bro, one last time. Whoa. No, Vegeta, why? And this whole idea that the destiny of the DSA is forever intertwined with Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. That's some anime shit right there. It's pathetic, bro. What is this destiny shit? The DSA cannot hold any of their politicians that they've endorsed accountable. They can't do it. Because they're not a fucking party. They're an organization meant to help the Democratic Party with their PR disasters. They're meant to be sheepdogs.
Need this to not actually work, to need this to be a waste of time, because they're actually not showing anything that's worth an effort. Whereas like this is actual leadership. AOC coming out and saying this at a DSA convention, or in the run up to a DSA endorsement fight. It binds her destiny closer to the DSAs and DSAs closer to her, which I think is a good thing.
So he admits that she's only doing this because it's amidst a DSA endorsement fight. Come on now.
I think there was some a little bit of slippage there, and I think it points out, like, this is the voting for DSA's NYC DSA voting to re-endorse AOC chapter wide. 85% voted yes, and 14% say no. And I would say if you are one of those people who would say no, join. If you're not in DSA, then it doesn't really matter.
100%.
Like, and a lot of this is people who think that like the correct response, and we saw that with like Jimmy Dore's entire thing.
What? How pathetic are they that they had to bring up somebody so fucking irrelevant in 2026 as Jimmy Dore? This is so fucking sad. How do people buy this shit, bro? What does Jimmy Dore have anything to do with this in 2026? Man, what the hell is happening?
Like, the thing that is needed is to watch the right media and to have the right postures about everything. And no, it actually requires you to get involved in politics. Like, we need to get involved in politics. And that this, whether it's like Zoran's thing, you see a lot of like anti-Graham Platner thing stuff too. And I'm sorry, like, okay.
And of course, you had to defend Graham Platner. Perfect timing too, Matt. This was 19 hours ago. Matt Leck. Next time on the Majority Report, Matt Leck will defend another white supremacist. Jesus. Graham Platner, Blackwater. This one just dropped. Look at this. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? This is who Matt Leck, a white colonizer, is defending. This is why I don't regret taking my time with the Graham Platner video. I knew more shit was going to come out. 5 years into the war in Iraq, the body count of the dead American soldiers has now topped 4,000. U.S. Marine Sergeant Graham Platner is among the survivors, of the urban warfare that claimed many of those lives and the lives of the countless thousands of Iraqi insurgents and civilians. Well, at least they mentioned them. Okay, cool, let's hear them out. Now home in Ellsworth, after 2 tours as a machine gunner, by choice, mind you, Platner survived the mean streets of the frontline cities of Al-Anbar province in western Iraq. Oh, the mean streets. The 4,000 is obviously a big deal. That's a lot of men, he said Tuesday, but not the 5 years. It's going to be a long war. We're not coming home anytime soon. We can't For all the political posture of all the candidates, I don't think anybody can really pull us out within a year or even 2 years. Platner knew some of the, and then continue on page 3. U.S. Marine Corps machine gunner Sergeant Graham Platner says he wears his Blackwater baseball cap just to get a rise out of those who remember the controversial contractor for its heavy-handed tactics in providing security to diplomats and other VIPs as they travel the mean streets of Baghdad. Fucking disgusting, but unsurprising. That is who Matt Leck is defending. Graham Platner. Shameless. These white rat libs' allegiance to white supremacy is unending. This is why we should view them as our enemies. This is why they can't criticize Zionism as a settler colonial project and simply as an apartheid. Yeah, they don't want America 2.0. I saw somebody mention that. They want South Africa 2.0. This is from Graham Platner as well. Years ago, under his anonymous Reddit account, where he gave unvarnished takes, Platner argued that the war in Afghanistan was never about fixing the place, and once he just focused on the work, I enjoyed the hell out of myself. What is the work? Oppressing, subjugating the indigenous people. That's the work. Some of Platner's hot rhetoric on the war and his since deleted Reddit posts were previously covered by the Portland Press Herald. Quote, wanted to have an adventure and some people, he wrote in 2020 Reddit exchange, asking Marines why they enlisted. Joined up in 2004, did Fallujah and Ramadi and managed both. Hell of an excellent experience. This is a fucking psychopath. He will lie and do anything and be anyone to gain more power. This might be our Hitler. Graham Platner might be fucking America's true red, white, and blue Hitler. I'm not willing to give him the shot. Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, Matt Leck, Hassan Piker, the leftist mafia, they'll give him a shot. In another Platner underscored the feelings of accomplishment that cannot be replicated from combat and lamented that civilian life really seems devoid of purpose or excitement after intense combat. He also called leading a fire squad or machine gun section in combat was really fulfilling experience. He wanted to commit war crimes. It's hard to explain how much I enjoyed combat, he wrote. It's both physically and intellectually challenging and incredibly exciting, especially the first few times. Wow. I was never a huge fan of killing, at least not for killing's sake, but I did love winning, and that required killing. So for him, he's such a psychopath that it's not even about life and death. It's about victory. And you wonder why he got a Totenkopf SS tattoo on his chest. Because it's not about Nazism. It's not about Americanism. It's about white supremacy and inflicting damage to the indigenous population. That may or may not be human, according to Graham Platner. Man. The left-wing oyster farmer convoyed similar sentiments in other since deleted posts, writing in a different post that Marine and Army infantry warfighting was one hell of an awesome experience, and in another post describing it as best goddamn thing in the world. Platner is a veteran of both the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. At one point, he explained that he enjoyed the hell out of fighting in Afghanistan due to its varied terrain, but found Iraq cities to be just a terrifying experience. He's a fucking coward at that too, because he talks about glorifying small wars. He doesn't talk about wanting to participate in World War II. He talked about small wars, wars of imperialism, wars of colonization. That's what he wanted. He wanted to be the bully. He wanted to have the firepower on his side. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. There's another one. There's one more that just dropped. I'm not mad that I'm taking my time with this video. Hell, at this point, I might just drop it when his baby is born. Let's see here. All right, here we are. Hate the source, but these are his own words. I find the urinating on bodies as a poor choice, but only because of their current state of media affairs. Only because of the current state of media affairs. In other words, just like a filthy IOF soldier. It's all about PR, not about the lives of the indigenous people, whether Afghanistan, Iraq, or Palestine. I find the urinating on bodies as a poor choice, but only because of the current state of media affairs. Reddit user P. Hustle, which CNN traced back to Platner 41, wrote in a since deleted July 2013 post on a thread about a Marine getting fired and the motive for urinating on a dead Taliban fighter. It's amusing that today killing a man isn't worthy of comment, but God forbid you display dominance. Connect this to the fact that Grant Platner was downplaying sexual assault. That dominance mentality, he's a psychopath. This is what the Majority Report is normalizing. Only 50 years ago, and for the rest of the history of warfare, this stuff was pretty standard. And you expect me to believe he didn't know what a Nazi SS Totenkopf death squad was? But he knows what fucking standard urination practices on your enemies in war was? And mind you, the Emma Viglins, the Matt Lex, the leftist mafia, the Hassan Pikers, the Sam Cedars, the Kyle KKK Kalinske, all their little acolytes, all their little followers are out in droves saying, hell yeah. Oh, you think this is going to hurt him in Maine? Of course it's not going to hurt him in 99.9 population white Maine. But that's the fucking issue. It's normalizing these war crimes. Just give it a decade. Just give it 2 decades. Hassan Piker, Emma Viglin will be telling you to vote for an ICE agent that they're currently calling the Gestapo. Just give it some time. Give it a few generations. They'll tell you to vote for an IOF veteran. Oh, it was mandatory conscription. Hassan Piker was already willing to work with him, with Hila Klein rock her merch. This is utterly fucking disgusting. But what do you expect?
In politics, like we need to get involved in politics, and that this, whether it's like Zoran's thing, you see a lot of like anti-Graham Platner thing stuff too. And
yeah, I wonder why people are anti-Graham Platner. Again, they're preparing the Democratic Party for National Socialism, and in a decade, Graham Platner might be the true American Hitler, and they'll support him and cheer him on the whole fucking way.
I'm sorry, like, okay. It's very prevalent on Blue Sky. It's not prevalent in Poland. And so you can still like maybe post about all this stuff, but it's not making any impact. And the people,
well, you don't fucking matter. If you're anti-war crimes, you don't fucking matter. Because the polls say otherwise.
That are making an impact are people like in DSA or including AOC who actually ran for office and like knocked off Joe Crowley. And again, like there's plenty of times where I've had issue with particularly AOC's communication on a lot of this stuff. But I'm sorry, she has a political talent that can drive people to vote for her. And that is something that I think people shouldn't poo-poo. And it'd be nice if like, it's something that in the UK, the Green Party has understood that. I don't know if the Green Party understands how to win votes here. They don't seem to. And I think there's people like Jimmy Dore who need this to fail.
Bro. Did Jimmy Dore cut your hair? Is that what... Did Jimmy Dore cut your hair? Is this what happened? 2026. Why the fuck are you talking about Jimmy Dore? And this is how you know it's disingenuous. This is how you know it's disingenuous. When was the last time the Majority Report actually covered Jimmy Dore? How do you do this search thing here? Okay. Two years ago, 1 year ago, 1 year ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 4, 8, 6, 2, 7, 6, 9, 4, 4, 9, 4 years ago, 8 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 5. Okay, can we adjust this to something more current? Because 1 year ago, ooh, okay, all right, 1 year ago. 2 years ago, come on, we need 7 months ago. Holy shit, 7 months ago is the most recent one that we could find. 7 months ago. You're not even farming Jimmy Dore anymore. So why the fuck bring him up now? Desperation. 7 months ago. 7 months ago was the latest video. I'm going through this. I'm not hiding anything. These aren't in any particular order that I can tell. Maybe viewership. Bro, 7 months ago was the last time they mentioned Jimmy Dore. This is fucking pathetic. Graham Platner, boom, 1 hour ago. Do you think they talk about the corpse? Nah. Of course not.
High speed hype.
Sad as fuck, bro. We couldn't even make it through this whole video. Look, if you're sick and tired of these white rat libs that will normalize war criminals like Graham Platner, that will normalize National Socialism, you're sick and tired of their allegiance to white supremacy, subscribe, hit the like button, join the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. We have the receipts there. We track their movement. You could say that, oh, this channel is just hating on rat libs, this and that. Somebody's got to do it. Who else is doing it? Who else would inform you about this disgusting excuses? What does MGT, Tucker Carlson, Jimmy Dore have anything to do with Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez proving herself to align with Zionism time and time again? Now it's convenient. Now she needs to, Matt said it herself, get the DSA endorsement. Now she suddenly learned, not in the middle of a genocide, but now, when it has been normalized, now under Trump, now she could speak out against defensive weapons. It's utterly fucking disgusting. God damn. I'm done, y'all. I'm done. I'm burnt out. I'm hungry as hell. For the record, I was ready to stream earlier today. I was ready. Dr. Ball, man. Dr. Ball. Pushing that interview back or just the miscommunication there really threw me off. Yeah, Magic. We covered that earlier for a little bit. Appreciate it, though. Man. Look, now more than ever, remember what Glenn Ford said. Organize with eyes wide open. And look, if the DSA is all you have around you, fuck it. Learn how to organize there, make your mistakes there, make it worthwhile. Better screw up there than an actual socialist organization. Better you screwing up and learning there and maybe meeting people that actually want to start something that isn't a front for the Democratic Party. You get access to the Discord by joining the Patreon. Just $2 gets you into the door. But I appreciate it. Any and all support helps. I know I missed 2 super chats. Sorry, I was locked in. Let me go back a little bit. I think it was just Ace and Harutu talking shit. My bad. Harutu says, this is just girl boss taken to the extreme. What is it? I rock the mic like a vandal to the extreme. Shoot. Ace, I think I missed your super chat. My apologies, Ace. Sorry, Ace, but I man, let me see. See if this helps. No, Ace says, not even USA 2.0. They cool with South Africa 2.0. Exactly. Yeah. I did reference that though. I did reference that. It's all good. It's all good. It's mostly shit talking. All right. John Trudell. The beast. Y'all already know. In the wisp of smoke, down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storyteller said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazy and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman. No big deal. Nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Yes, Tubo.